Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Tempe City Council regular council meeting. Item number 1 is call to order. Council meetings can be watched in real time via Cox Cable Channel 11 and at tempe.gov/tempe11. Members of the public may also attend the meeting virtually through Microsoft Teams. If you have signed up to speak on items later on in the agenda, please know that as the presiding officer, I have the discretion to introduce items out of their regular order as listed on this agenda. I may change the order of items from time to time to accommodate scheduling, to allow us to address items with a large number of speaker cards, so those wishing to speak on those items don't have to wait until later in the meeting, or to otherwise expedite the business of the meeting. If you wish to speak on an agenda item and you haven't filled out a speaker card yet, please make sure to fill out and submit your completed card to the city clerk prior to the item coming forward for council discussion. I will call your name when it is your turn for public comment. I'd now like to invite everyone who's able and willing to stand to join me in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Tonight's agenda has a number of items that the City Council must consider in order to conduct city business. Guidelines for conduct at City Council meetings are on the table near the entrance for those in attendance at tonight's meeting. We will now play a video with the proper protocol for ensuring the appropriate conduct at City Council meetings.
The City of Tempe welcomes public comment at this time. Disruptive behavior will not be allowed. Continued disruptive behavior will lead to removal from the council chambers. We need to be able to hear everyone in the room. Behavior that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of any city council meeting is not helpful and is not permitted. This includes behavior both inside and outside of the council chambers. Should individuals inside the council chambers become disruptive so that city business is not able to be conducted, the mayor will first ask that the individuals allow city business to be completed. There will be time for public comment during the call to the audience portion of the meeting. If no cooperation, the mayor will issue a verbal warning and let them know that the continued disruptive behavior will lead to removal from the council chambers. If there is still no cooperation, the mayor will issue a second verbal warning and let them know that the continued disruptive behavior will lead to removal from the council chambers. If there is no cooperation after asking and 2 verbal warnings, then the mayor will ask security officers to remove only those individuals who are causing the disruption. Security personnel should not engage in any way, but only escort them from the council chambers. If individuals refuse to leave, security personnel shall warn them that they are trespassing and that the next step will be arrest by a Tempe police officer. Tempe officers may have to arrest if individuals refuse to leave. Charges for trespass and disorderly conduct may apply, as well as other charges. Should anyone be asked to be removed, the mayor will recess the meeting.
Thank you so much. We're now going to play a video conveying the City of Tempe's Native Land Acknowledgement Statement.
We wish to acknowledge that Tempe is the homeland of the Native people who have inhabited this landscape since time immemorial. These ancestral lands of the O'odham, known as Pima, Peeposh, known as the Maricopa, and their ancestors extend far beyond our city. This land continues to be spiritually connected to the O'odham of the Salt River Pima, Maricopa Indian Community, and Gila River Indian Community. We accept the responsibility of stewarding those places and solemnly pledge to consider this commitment in every action.
All right. Guess that signals that. All right. Next up, item number 4, meeting minutes. Tonight I'll be assisted by Councilmember Chin. Councilmember Chin.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to submit for approval items 4A1 through 4A3.
It's been moved by Councilmember Chin. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Garland, I think, by a hair. Please vote.
It's all good.
Yes.
And that item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Hodge absent. Next up, item 4B, acceptance of board, commission, and committee meeting minutes. Councilmember Chin.
Thank you, Mayor. I move for acceptance of items 4B1 through 4B11.
It's been moved by Councilmember Chin. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Adams. Please vote.
Yes.
And that item also passes 6-0 with Councilmember Hodge absent. that brings me to item number 5, reports and announcements. I actually have a number of them, and I wonder if the council would like to join me down in the front for all of these this evening. Oh, which one? Hold on.
Does it feel alone over there? Thank you. I appreciate it. It's a good color coordination, too. Same color.
We said sometimes I will move things around a little bit here. So I'm actually going to start this evening instead with item 5A2, with some of our proclamations this evening. So first up here, item 5A2, lights on after school day. Is there anyone from staff who's coming up to accept this proclamation this evening? Ah, yes, Mary, come on. Oh, yeah, the whole team, come on forward. There's always like 10 seconds where I worry that no one is going to get up, so. Good evening. All right, so this proclamation reads, whereas the citizens of Tempe stand firmly committed to quality after-school programs and opportunities because they provide safe and engaging learning experiences that help children realize their full potential and support their academic growth and well-being, support working families by ensuring their children are safe and productive when they are out of their classrooms, help address key issues in our state, such as school absenteeism, learning loss recovery, and workforce development, build stronger communities by involving students, parents, businesses, and volunteers in the lives of young people. After school provides a solid return on investment. Every $1 invested in after-school programs saves at least $3 by increasing kids' earning potential, improving kids' performance at school, and reducing crime and juvenile delinquency. And whereas after-school programs provide critical support for children and youth, offering them new experiences and opportunities, along with hands-on learning that help them learn and grow. Youth who attend after-school programs attend school more often, do better in school, and gain important work and life skills. These supports are all the more important today. And whereas the City of Tempe is committed to the education and well-being of our youth and recognizes that quality after-school programs prepare our children to become successful adults and help our community thrive. And whereas Lights On After School, the national celebration of after-school programs held this year on October 24th, 2024, promotes the importance of quality after-school programs in the lives of children, families, and communities. And whereas the demand for after-school programs continues to grow, for every child in a program, 4 are waiting to get in. And whereas many after-school programs face operating challenges so severe that they are forced to consider closing their doors and turning off their lights. And whereas the City of Tempe is committed to providing expanded learning opportunities that help our children learn, grow, and develop the skills essential for success in life and work. Now, therefore, I, Corey Woods, Mayor of the City of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declare October 24th, 2024 as Lights On After School Day in Tempe, Arizona. Thank you. Good to see you too.
Smiles, everyone. 1, 2, 3. One more for safety. No blinking. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much. Well, well, well. She's either going to love all of us after this, or she's never going to speak to me ever again. I'd like to see if I could get Dr. Judith Aldrich to come up and join myself and the council. So I might have just told Judy that we were here to celebrate the Kiwanis Club of Tempe and all the great work that they do, which they do for all of you Kiwanians in the audience.
That's right.
That doesn't, what I just said doesn't negate any of that. But we wanted to find a way, and I wanted to thank, where's Debbie Bear?
There she is.
She was kind of in on this, Judy, I hate to tell you, so, you know. But I will say, I've been a member of the Kiwanis Club of Tempe since 2005. The majority of the members of the city council are actually members of the Kiwanis Club. And the first person that I worked with who actually assigned me a task when being a member of the Kiwanis Club was Judy Aldrich, who had me work the Halloween Carnival at Kiwanis Park. And so I learned how to order toys for all the kids. I learned how to go to the health department and pick up a permit for the evening. So she taught me everything I knew about how to run that Halloween event. And so I guess that since then, the rest of my time and all of our times in Kiwanis have been fantastic, frankly. So we wanted to thank you for all of your incredible work. And with that, I have this proclamation. Whereas Dr. Judith Aldrich has been a dedicated member of the Kiwanis Club of Tempe for 35 years, serving as president, secretary, treasurer, and board director, not all at the same time, while spearheading major community events, and has been honored with the Kiwanian of the Year Award 4 times. And whereas Dr. Aldrich has played a pivotal role in the Boys and Girls Club of the East Valley, Tempe-Ladmo branch, where her service as board president, vice president, and secretary was recognized with the Distinguished Service Award, highlighting her lifelong commitment to supporting youth. And whereas Dr. Aldrich has demonstrated exceptional leadership within the city of Tempe, having served as chair of the Personnel Merit Board, as a member of the Police and Fire Public Safety Retirement Board, the Judicial Review Board, the City of Tempe Parks and Recreation Board, and as co-chair of the North Valley Partnership Parade. And whereas Dr. Aldrich's outstanding leadership was recognized with the 2018 Outstanding Community Leadership Award, and her participation in Tempe Leadership Class, let's see here, this would be 18, it's in Roman numerals, I had to make sure I got it right, demonstrates her ongoing commitment to fostering civic engagement and growth within the Tempe community. And whereas Dr. Aldrich's professional contributions to education are vast, having served as the Associate Superintendent for Educational Services in the Deer Valley School District, Assistant Superintendent of Personnel for the Tempe Elementary School District, and as an adjunct professor, reflecting her lifelong dedication to shaping the future of education. And whereas October 15th is Dr. Judith Aldrich's 80th birthday, and her adventurous spirit and passion for life, including her love for tennis, theater, Cocker Spaniels, and world travel, have inspired those around her, making her a beloved and respected figure within the Tempe community. Now, therefore, I, Corey Woods, Mayor of the City of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declare October 15th, 2024 as Judith Aldrich Lifetime of Service Day in Tempe, Arizona.
You deserve this. Let's hear it for the old folks. Yeah.
Quick question too, how many Kiwanians are here by show of hands?
Yeah.
Can the Kiwanians come up here and take a picture with Judy as well? You gotta do
Okay.
that.
That's a great idea.
All right.
That absolutely is so much fun. Oh my gosh, what a great idea. That's right. Good job. Miss Undercover. Come on, let's get in here, President. Come on, wow, we got a pretty good group here. Get in here, girl. Yeah. I like your shirt.
Hers. Yes. Yeah, hers too.
Everybody right here, 1, 2, 3, big smile, more like that, 1, 2, 3.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Sorry, Arlene. You could have been an honorary.
All right, next up here, item 5A4, which is Fire Prevention Week. Members of Tempe Fire Medical Rescue, Chief Duty, would you like to come forward?
The chief is in the house.
Chief is definitely in the house. Chief, good to see you. All right, so this proclamation reads, whereas the city of Tempe is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting our city. Fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire. And whereas home fires killed more than 2,700 people in the United States in 2022, according to the National Fire Protection Association, and fire departments in the United States responded to 360,000 home fires. And whereas roughly 3 out of 5 fire deaths happen in homes with either no smoke alarms or with no working smoke alarms. Working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires almost in half. Smoke alarms sense smell well before you can, alerting you to danger in the event of fire, in which you may have as little as 2 minutes to escape safely. And whereas the city of Tempe residents should install smoke alarms in every sleeping room, outside each separate sleeping area, and on every level of your home. Residents will make sure their smoke alarms meet the needs of all of their family members, including those with sensory or physical disabilities, and residents should test smoke alarms at least once a month. And whereas residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. And whereas City of Tempe Fire and Medical Rescue Department is dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. City of Tempe residents are responsive to public education measures and are able to take personal steps to increase their safety from fire, especially in their homes. And whereas the 2024 Fire Prevention Week theme, Smoke Alarms, Make Them Work for You, serves to remind us of the importance of having working smoke alarms in the home. Now, therefore, I, Corey Woods, Mayor of the City of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declare October 6th through the 12th, 2024, as Fire Prevention Week in Tempe, Arizona. Thank you, Chief.
Good, ready, big smiles, 1, 2, 3, one more like that, 1, 2, 3.
All right, next up, item 5A5, Energy Efficiency Day. Do we have members of our team who'd like to come forward and accept this one? Aha. Hey. All right, so this proclamation reads, whereas energy efficiency is an efficient, that's interesting, an effective way to meet the City of Tempe's community and municipal 2050 carbon neutrality goals. And whereas energy efficiency is the cheapest, quickest, and cleanest way to meet Tempe's energy needs, avoid dangerous pollution, and reduce utility bills for residents and businesses in our community. And whereas the City of Tempe continues to work to improve efficiency across municipal buildings, outdoor lighting, water infrastructure, and municipal fleet and transit fleet through assessments, retrofits, and upgrades. And whereas the Sustainability and Resilience Division, with support from Chispa, Arizona, and Rail CDC, created an 8-month workshop series through the Climate Justice Advisory Group to seek resident input for Tempe's first residential energy equity roadmap, aimed at achieving equitable outcomes in energy efficiency and energy access. And whereas the City of Tempe adopted the International Green Construction Code for city buildings to help mitigate greenhouse gas emissions through energy efficiency, and is working towards mandating IGCC adoption for private developments as well. And whereas the City of Tempe adopted the mandatory International Energy Conservancy Code, Conservation Code in 2009 for both city buildings and private development, setting minimum efficiency standards that help lower energy costs. Now, therefore, I, Corey Woods, Mayor of the City of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declare October 2nd, 2024 as Energy Efficiency Day in Tempe, Arizona. So you're in the middle then.
There you go. Very good. All right, big smiles, 1, 2, 3. One more like that, big smiles.
Wonderful. Good to see you, Sean. Thank you. The last proclamation I have this evening is for Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Do we have a member of our team who's coming to? Chief McCoy? All right, good to see you. All right, wonderful.
Love the purple.
Oh, yeah. All right. So this proclamation reads, whereas the City of Tempe, Tempe Community Health and Human Services, Tempe Police Department, and Tempe Fire Medical Rescue, as well as the city's Family Justice Commission, are proud to recognize Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And whereas the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence 2024 theme, Heal, Hold, and Center, is a call to action meant to bring attention to the issue of domestic violence for Domestic Violence Awareness Month and throughout the year. And whereas by taking a stand, we intend to remind the nation that there are still countless people, victims and survivors, their children and families, their friends and family, their communities, impacted by domestic violence. And whereas the City of Tempe offers a wide range of trauma-informed services across multiple city departments to ensure that victims are given the support and services they need, inclusive of crisis and mental health response, victim advocacy, school-based supports, counseling, and other services vital to assisting victims and educating our community. And whereas the City of Tempe is proud to operate a family advocacy center in collaboration with Arizona State University to serve victims of crime in Tempe in a safe and healing environment. And whereas the Tempe Family Justice Commission supports the city's work and lends its expertise through education and advocacy. Now therefore I, Corey Woods, Mayor of the City of Tempe, Arizona, do hereby declare October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Tempe, Arizona.
Smiles, 1, 2, 3. Don't blink, 1, 2, 3.
Really quickly, too, for item 5A1, are we all set to go on that, or do we need a little more time? We're good? Okay, wonderful, thank you. All right. So, item 5A1 is the Community Supervision Program Client Recognition. The Mayor's Office and the Tempe City Council are honoring outstanding clients in our Community Supervision Program. These individuals went above and beyond by engaging in activities to increase their education, parenting skills, financial literacy, personal improvement, and beyond. Each awardee has demonstrated success in many areas. Tempe Community Supervision is a program administered by the City of Tempe Community Health and Human Services Department, Social Services Division in cooperation with the Tempe Municipal Court and City Prosecutor's Office. The mission of community supervision is to facilitate change through participation, education, and connection to services. The clients we recognize tonight were selected by staff from the nearly 5,000 cases referred to community supervision in the past year. So the first one I have this evening is, drum roll, Aaron Yazzie. There you go. Thank you. Aaron Yazzie receives this award for his continued self-improvement efforts. Mr. Yazzie has had to overcome many obstacles in his life to find himself here tonight. It is a privilege for community supervision to work with and to recognize Mr. Yazzie for his dedication and hard work in creating, seeking, and developing a healthy and positive lifestyle. Mr. Yazzie demonstrates how all of us can take adversity and challenges that life sends our way, and with perseverance, faith, and gratitude, can achieve the best of all we can be. Congratulations.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay.
You gotta turn around. Hey, brother.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
My little brother here.
All right. Cool.
All right, that's good. Ready? Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. One more like that. 1, 2, 3.
The next person, and actually, is she online, I guess? I think she might be. Okay, so the next person who's actually receiving an award this evening is Yvette Ricky, who's online this evening. She's being recognized for her significant improvement in developing new skills and abilities. I should develop a new skill, which is reading that word properly. Ms. Ricky has dedicated herself to strengthening herself and her relationships. Ms. Ricky was recently hired and has started a brand new job. She provides a great example of how openness to learning and personal resiliency provides for transformative change, leading to success and fulfillment. So congratulations to Yvette Ricky. The next awardee this evening is Jose Velades. Oh, yeah, please come forward. Thank you. Jose receives this recognition for his commitment to improving himself through the culinary arts. Mr. Velades self-enrolled in the community kitchen through the St. Mary's Skills Center. Mr. Velades has received the National Restaurant Association SerSafe certification. Mr. Velades has also advanced through continued work and training and currently serves alongside the executive chef at one of Hilton's most prestigious properties. Congratulations, Jose.
Big smiles, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Gotcha. One more like that. And
All right. Make sure. And we also have a very special award for Community Supervision Client of the Year for 2024, and that goes to Ms. Kayla Porterfield. Ms. Kayla Porterfield is recognized today for her consistent commitment to her overall personal improvement and growth. Ms. Porterfield excelled at completing Triple P Parenting, an intensive parenting skills building program. Ms. Porterfield recently graduated from cosmetology school and is close to becoming a fully independently licensed cosmetologist. More than any other person in the last year, Kayla has demonstrated significant self-improvement and positive change through hard work, dedication, and commitment to change. Congratulations.
all right, big smiles, everyone. 1, 2, 3. One more like that. Big smiles.
Congratulations. For you. Awesome. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Yes, Madam City Manager?
I believe there's 2 more presentations.
Oh, hold on one second here. Oh, wait a minute. You are correct. That's because I took things out of order and did not go back to the things that I missed. So thank you so much. So we're probably going to have to go back down. So let's go ahead and do that then. Oh, okay. All right. So next up here, item 5A7, the Center for Digital Government Experience Awards, Innovation for City Council Strategic Priorities and Performance Measures, and Wastewater BioIntel Program Hubs. So there's going to be a slide that you will see up here. So Tempe's been nationally recognized in the 2024 Government Experience Project Awards for its innovative use of technology and data. The Performance Measure Hub and Wastewater BioIntel program sites have been honored for their role in improving transparency, operational efficiency, and community engagement. So I want to now see if we can get the Enterprise GIS and Data Analytics team, as well as the Strategic Management and Innovation staff, to come down for a photo. You do.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Well, just in case you can't read the shirt over here, this shirt really does indeed talk about what we do. Tempe loves data. I guarantee you that is absolutely true. And we may still have some of those shirts lying around if someone wants one.
Big smile, everyone. 1, 2, 3. One more like that. 1, 2, 3. Good.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. All right. Item 5A8. Who wants to hold this? Councilmember Amberg, why not? Go for it. Look at that. All right. This item is for the American Planning Association Arizona Chapter Award for Tempe's General Plan 2050. So I want to make sure I can call up all the staff here for the general plan. Who's all here? Come on up. You all know who you are. Jeb Tamulevich, Ryan Levake, Jacob Payne, and Beek Adhikari, Shauna Warner, Brenda Clarks, Josh Rutherford, and any other city staff that were involved, community members and businesses, please make sure to come up and join us. All right. So Tempe Tomorrow General Plan 2050 won the Best General Plan Award for jurisdictions with populations of more than 50,000 people from the American Planning Association Arizona chapter for the year 2024. City leaders and staff received the award plaque in person at the APA Arizona Annual Conference in Tucson on September 19th, 2024 during the award ceremony. It's an important recognition of the high quality of the plan by the planning community in Arizona. So once again, I know our staff worked tirelessly on this plan for the better part of 2 years through over 40 community meetings and lots of hard work and input from residents and council members. They did an exceptional job, and obviously they're being recognized for that here today. So thank you again for everything you do, and thank you for the big win on the 2050 plan.
There we go. That's good. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. One more like that. Big smile. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. All right, that actually was my last announcement. So with that, I'm going to turn to our city manager. Madam City Manager, any announcements this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one announcement. Wanted to make sure our community knows that this coming Sunday, October 6th, is the Tempe Tardeada, the 26th annual Tempe Tardeada. It is free admission with live entertainment and many booths for children and face painting and honoring our Tempe heritage with the museum exhibit of the families, the original oral histories of the families in Tempe, 26-year strong activities, and honoring our history. So just wanted to remind everyone to please join us between 12 and 8. It'll be a little warm, but there'll be water and drinks, so enjoy. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Madam City Manager. That brings me to item number 6, public appearances. According to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, the City Council may only discuss, respond to, or take action on matters listed elsewhere on this agenda for discussion and legal action. The purpose of the open call to the public is to allow individuals to address the City Council on any issue within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No person shall speak more than once, and there's a limit of 3 minutes per speaker. Speakers present at the podium must state their name and city of residence and provide a speaker card. Members of the public shall refrain from making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks and from becoming boisterous while addressing the City Council or while attending the meeting. Speakers will be taken first come, first serve in the order in which the cards are received. Speakers' visual aids and appearances by phone or recordings are not allowed. The City Council is prohibited by state law from discussing, responding to, or taking action on matters raised during the call to the public, even if asked to do so by a member of the public, so long as the subject discussed by the speaker is not listed as a specific agenda item for council's consideration for discussion and legal action. Individual members of the council may respond to criticism made by speakers, ask staff to review a matter, or request a matter be placed on a future agenda. All right, I've got a few speakers here under public appearances. The first speaker I have this evening is Ryan Potts. Is Ryan Potts here this evening? Is Ryan Potts online by chance?
No, he's not.
Okay. Then I will move forward to the next one. Just really quick clarification here on my second speaker. Just go to the next one. Okay, sounds good. All right, then my third speaker this evening is David Sokolowski. Is he in the virtual audience?
Yes, he is.
All right, Mr. Sokolowski, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is David Sokolowski. I live in Tempe. Why doesn't the city have a housing plan? The city is willing to spend up to $220 million to pave the streets, but how long will it take for us to solve our affordable housing shortage? The city is getting awards for expanding affordable housing, but this is actually a lie. The affordable housing stock was wiped out. I think we lost 8,000 units, and Hometown for All hasn't built a single unit of affordable housing to replace them. Tempe continues to add demand for housing with new jobs, and people are aging into retirement faster than Tempe builds affordable housing. The intent of SB 1162 is for cities to eliminate any deficiencies in housing. I've been told the city's population doubles during the day, and that means the city is already committed to future growth because the jobs and the students already exist. Tempe will probably need up to 200,000 units by 2050, and the city would be comparable to Vancouver in size and population. This would be about 15% of the 1.3 million units Phoenix Metro will need by 2050. I know this is going to be difficult for people to accept, but I'm confident this reality will become apparent for many different reasons. People usually say not everyone has to live in Tempe, but that's exactly the kind of attitude that created a national housing shortage in the first place. That's the reason behind SB 1162. We're going to need 30,000 low-income units by 2050. How many units per acre? How many acres are we going to buy? What is the average cost per acre? How much are we going to spend per year? If Tempe adopts inclusionary zoning at 15%, that means the city has to build 200,000 units, right? Did you consider what it takes to produce 200,000 units? Did you discuss removing height restrictions? I assume local control will need to be taken away from Tempe because the city restricts the supply of affordable housing. Food City was capped at 50 units per acre on land that is 65, but you just approved a project that is 133. This double standard is how I know local control will be taken away, because the city is incapable of achieving its goals. The city needs to build 100 low-income units every 30 days, and at 25 low-income units per acre, that's 1,200 acres of land. Tempe would need to purchase 1 acre of land every 7 days. Tempe needs to create a housing task force, and we need a real housing plan to make sure we're achieving the desired outcome. If the city wants to retain local control, then you need to demonstrate to everyone that you're capable of meeting the expectations of SB 1162. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. The next speaker we have is Steve Norris. Yes, please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Steve Norris. I live in Tempe. I've resided in Tempe for 26 years. The main reason I purchased the property I'm living in was because it's 180-degree views of the Shalimar Golf Course from my backyard. I always dreamed of living on a golf course, as it's one of my favorite hobbies and sports growing up. In addition, I always met the finest and best people in my life in and around a golf course since I was 8 years old. Shalimar is not just a golf course. It's a place to meet, enjoy your long-term friends, or meet new wonderful people. I've met and made many friends, including my best friend and current girlfriend, because of hanging out at Shalimar. I was heavily involved in an annual uninvited golf classic tournament, which raised money for underprivileged junior golfers in the Southeast Valley. The proceeds went to the pro, John Gumby, at Shalimar, as he was the Southeast Regional Director and knew the best way to spend the $100,000 plus funds that we gave him over 11 years or so. None of this would be possible without Shalimar. It was home to the regional director for junior golf at the time and birthplace of the Uninvited Golf Association, which ran the tournament. Yes, it's true. Golf courses can be a good thing and affect many people's lives profoundly, even Shalimar. For instance, part of the proceeds for one year's tournament, our uninvited group was able to send a young man, Andrew, to the junior world when he was about 12 years old. He qualified for the tournament due to long-range sessions and tireless chipping and putting drills on Shalimar practice greens. This gave him the confidence and skills to qualify for the World Juniors. However, he and his parents, who needed to chaperone him, were not in a financial position to go to the event. That's when John Gumby stepped in and asked our group if it was okay to use some of the money to allow him to participate in Junior World. It was a unanimous decision, yes, from the uninvited board to send him and his parents to the event. After the event, he reported on a postcard that he did very well and graciously thanked our group over and over again for support and a lifetime memory. All because the Shalimar existed as a golf course. Please do not rezone Shalimar, as it will crush lots of dreams, good times, and great memories for me and many other people. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have this evening is Sarah O'Neill. Please come forward, state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sarah Jane O'Neill. Thank you for listening to the neighbors tonight. I live in Tempe, and I'm here talking about Shalimar. I do live close to Shalimar, but I'm not a golfer. I've lived in Tempe a long, long time. I've seen a lot of development. When I moved here, there were only 2 high schools, Go Buffs, and I remember when there was a livestock sale yard on the corner of Mill and Baseline. So lots of development, some of it good, some of it not so good. But the reason that Shalimar is important as far as I'm concerned, because I'm not a golfer, is that the green space that's open allows for urban wildlife and birds. I'm a birder. You notice the gray hair. I didn't wear my binoculars, but that is the badge. And we do enjoy seeing the wildlife. And on top of that, we need to consider what we're going to leave future generations. We only have so much open space. We can't put houses everywhere. We need to consider the heat island effect and what we're doing to our city. I thank you for taking my words into consideration. I hope you'll leave some green space there. There is room for compromise, but I'm kind of hoping for a park. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is next speaker I have is Curtis Wood. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good Good evening, I'm Curtis Wood. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving us this opportunity to speak. I bet you know why I'm here to speak tonight. I'm a resident of Tempe. I do not live on the golf course. I live close enough by, though, that I'm concerned about the traffic that's going to be coming. But I just wanted you to consider for this possible rezoning request. Imagine decades ago you bought a house on a lake and you're one of 150 homeowners around this lake. And somebody comes in and says, hey, we're going to fill in this lake with dirt and we're going to put 150 houses on it. That changes the value of your property immensely. It goes from lakeshore property to something else. We have a similar situation here in that one person's property value is going to be increased by the possibility of this rezoning, and everyone around it is going to be lessened. And we have a lot of speakers that speak about the green space thing, which is important, and that type of stuff, heat centers and all that kind of stuff. But I would just like you to consider that very simple value proposition for the homeowners in surrounding that area. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you so much. The next speaker I have is Kelly Choyu. I just know too, we can't have any applause in the chambers. I apologize, but Kelly can come forward.
Hi, Mayor and Council. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
You also need to introduce your friend here as well.
Yes. My name is Kelly Scholier. I live in North Tempe. Proud native to Arizona. And my sidekick is Cujo.
Okay.
I just want to say thank you so much for all your hard work at the city. I did come in today, but it was confiscated at the front. I brought some wonderful used syringes that are now turning up more often on Indian Bin Wash Path and between McKellips and Curry. And there is definitely more glass and trash. I think because the weather's getting better, I just wanted to bring that to your attention because not only did we almost step on it, but he almost stepped on it. And for us, or especially for me, I really don't want my dog to die because of drugs or any of the tinfoil that has residue. So that's a concern for me. But outside of that, I just wanted to make you aware of that and just want to say, again, thank you for all your hard work at the city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Marion Choyu. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm going to read my notes because I'm not as good of a speaker. My name is Marion, and my wife and I live near Indian Bend Pathway, and I commute by bike every day to my office located at Rio Salado and Mill Avenue. Yesterday morning, while walking our dog along the pathway, we encountered some concerning issues that I feel compelled to bring to your attention. As we walked towards Scottsdale, so north, our dog nearly stepped on an uncapped needle lying right there on the path. And at the end of the path, we encountered a homeless individual sleeping next to a cart full of wires and scrap metal. The pathway itself is also in poor condition. As a daily bike commuter, I see firsthand the impression this leaves on residents and visitors, especially when you transition from the beautiful area of Scottsdale to Tempe. You see a stark contrast. The Tempe side does look neglected. There's also an accumulation of trash and homeless individual gathering under the bridge at the north side of Tempe Town Lake under the 202. And many have dogs off leash. I've personally been chased once last week by one of these dogs. This is not just an issue of aesthetics. It's about safety. And if we want to encourage more people to use sustainable transportation like biking, we need to provide safe and clean routes for them to travel. Additionally, I've noticed a rise in motorized vehicles on the pathway, from motorized bikes and mopeds to even more recently contractors that are working for these scooter sharing companies. They drive along on the path to collect the scooters. This creates a dangerous situation for cyclists and pedestrians alike. I urge the City Council to consider initiatives to clean up and maintain these pathways, address the growing encampments, and regulate motorized traffic. Creating a safe and welcoming environment for cyclists and pedestrians is key to fostering community that prioritize alternative transportation and sustainable living. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That is all the comments I have this evening for general public appearances. Is there, everyone else I have, I think, is for other specific items on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I think there is one more, Kevin Walsh,
Okay.
on your list.
Mr. Walsh, yes, please come forward. State your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Kevin Walsh. I'm a longtime Tempe resident. I'm also the proud governing board president of the Kyrene School District. As you know, Kyrene has 6 fantastic schools in the city of Tempe, as well as our district office. I also have 4 kids here in Tempe, and I'm talking to you about the affordable housing project that's being proposed at the corner of Guadalupe and Kyrene. So my kids and I chose to live in this neighborhood, like so many of us, because of the strength of the schools in Tempe. And last week at our governing board meeting, we heard about the main reasons that teachers are leaving Kyrene. It's not compensation, it's commute. Commute is one of the top reasons. And when we talk to the city council, and I know you support public education, what is one of the things that you have an impact on? The most important resource that we can offer our kids, not curriculum, not school buses, it's our people, it's our teachers, it's our staff. And we're finding that as this great city continues to have higher and higher cost of living, and unfortunately the state of Arizona is not giving us sufficient funding to provide a commensurate match in wages, our teachers can't afford to live in Tempe anymore. So they're moving, and we can't blame them for that. They're moving out to the East Valley, where they need teachers too. And why would they commute 30 to 45 minutes on the 202 in rush hour when they can find a job down the street? So our teachers are leaving our Tempe schools. And our kids are the ones that are suffering because these amazing teachers are no longer in our Tempe classrooms. The project that's being proposed could really be a step forward in helping that, to provide affordable housing for people who really need it, who live in our community, who can work in our community. And I know you may hear from people who have thoughts on the character of this community, but I can tell you the most important way to keep property values high in Tempe is to keep strong schools. And we cannot possibly keep strong schools if we cannot attract and retain talented teachers and staff. So I do implore you to consider and supporting affordable housing opportunities, especially in this development, that can help keep teachers and first responders in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all the speakers I have under public appearances. Is there anyone else wishing to address the City Council on general public appearances? If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing none, I will close that portion of the meeting, and I will move to item number 7, which is our consent agenda for this evening. All items listed on the consent agenda will be considered as a group and will be enacted with one motion by the City Council unless an item is removed for separate consideration. Members of the public may remove public hearing items for separate consideration. Public hearing items are designated as public hearing item at the beginning of the item title. Council members may remove any item for separate consideration or to declare a conflict of interest. If a council member would like to declare a conflict at this time, the city clerk will provide the council member with a disclosure form. If you wish to speak on a public hearing item, please fill out a speaker card and submit your completed card to the city clerk prior to the agenda item coming forward for council discussion. I will call your name when it is your turn for public comment. This evening, the consent agenda is listed as miscellaneous items 7A1 through 7A9, awards of bids and contracts, items 7B1 through 7B11, and resolutions, items 7C1 through 7C12. Once again, any agenda item designated as public hearing item can be removed by a member of the public for separate consideration. If anyone would like to have a public hearing item removed, please get my attention now. Okay, seeing none, council, any agenda items you'd like to have removed from the consent agenda for separate consideration? It's been moved by Vice Mayor Garland.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote.
Yes.
And that item passes unanimously, 7-0. That brings me to the non-consent agenda. And what I might do here, I want to make sure that we take item 8A1, but I think I might move another item up here because I think most of the people remaining are here to speak on one item. So just to make sure, once again, that you're not sitting here all night as we continue to conduct business, I will move that item up. So let's go to, first of all, item number 8, non-consent agenda. All items listed on the non-consent agenda will be considered separately. Agenda items scheduled for introduction and first hearing will be heard, but will not be voted upon at this meeting. Agenda items scheduled for second public hearing and final adoption will be voted upon tonight. Council members who may have a conflict of interest may abstain from voting on a matter, and the city clerk will provide the council members with a disclosure form at this time. First up, we have item 8A, miscellaneous items, bids, contracts, and resolutions. First up is item 8A1, which is to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution to approve design and placemaking principles for Southwest Tempe Character Area 6 Plan dated October 2024, which encompasses generally the city lands east of the Interstate 10 freeway, south of the US 60 freeway, generally west of the Kyrene Road alignment, and north of the city boundary. The applicant is the city of Tempe. Mbika, are you here to give a presentation this evening? And Jacob as well.
Yeah.
Jacob, I also want to know where you got that tie, so we got to talk later.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is, for the record, Mbika Adhikari, Principal Planner, Community Development. Jacob Payne, Senior Planner in the same department. Here we'll spend just a few minutes very quickly to give you an overview of the Southwest Tempe Character Area 6 Plan. And the plan does align with various of the council priorities and performance measures on strong community connection, quality of life, and also sustainable growth and development. Many of those items are listed here. We will very briefly talk about the character area planning process that's been going on in the last 9 months, and also the public consultation overview that Jacob will provide. And I'll come back and provide very quickly the plan highlights of this 75-page long document. And then also the last couple slides on the adoption timeline, and this needs only one hearing, which is today. And the planning process actually began in January. And as you know, there are 8 character areas in the city of Tempe. Plans for the 6 of them have already been completed. The one that we're talking about, the character area 6, which is the Southwest Tempe character area, the border and the plan on the map is on the right side. So these are the 6 completed character area plans, just the cover page for your information. The character area plans are non-regulatory. They are high-level policy and the non-regulatory advisory plans. The vision is very often crafted by the community, and we do that through lots of consultation that Jacob will talk about. The character area plans are taken very seriously by the city because we use them as the community's vision and plan with aspiration. So it's the community's plan. It's a community-driven plan. We use this as a reference for application for any development project. When people apply, we take every principle that is in the plan to see what is relevant for that particular project. And then also it's a very important reference for the staff, the Development Review Commission, and the council while we review any of the projects within that particular character area. And then also when the city is making an investment, public investment like in the median or forestry or any of the improvement on the infrastructure, we take the character area plan situation kind of quite seriously to see what are the guidance and what are the ideas. Here is a very brief synopsis of what the Southwest Tempe character area looks like. About 6 square miles of area, about 28,000 people. The median age is slightly higher than the citywide age, 33 years. The household income is also slightly higher. The housing units and the school diplomas are pretty proportional to what the rest of the city is happening. But in this particular character area, there's like 70% renter SIP compared to about 60% citywide. So that's kind of one difference. And very quickly, the area, many of you know, the staff also kind of drives around and takes pictures, is dominated by multifamily and single-family residential. A lot of regional destinations and big boxes like Autoplexes in Arizona Mills, IKEA, Costco. And it's also crisscrossed by 3 canals, Western, Highline Lateral, Kyrene Branch, lots of business areas, and then also the sports complex, railway tracks, and some vacant sites. There are some pictures that the staff has taken just to give a glimpse of how the area looks like, just to give you a mental image and the visual character of the area with the canals, landscaping, the signs, some interesting buildings out there, some of the big boxes, and many places that we know as destinations and multifamily units and other residential unit in the area. Now, Jacob will talk quickly about the public outreach process and provide highlights.
Thank
Jacob?
you, Ambika. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, Jacob Payne, Senior Planner, City of Tempe Community Development. So I'm just going to cover really quickly our three-phase program of public involvement that we had done for this character area plan. So as Ambika mentioned, this is 9 months in the work. So we started off with a kickoff meeting and an open survey that was online. This was kind of our visioning stage where we wanted to bring in residents and stakeholders, see what kind of ideas and principles that we needed to incorporate in this document. So we held a virtual one and an in-person one at Wood Elementary School in the character area. And then you'll also see we like to show up at parks, commercial plazas, apartment complexes within the area at an attempt to meet some people where they're at, as opposed to people coming to us. So that kind of wraps up in March, where we move into our second phase of our public involvement for this plan. We did an activity called a dotocracy, which is a combination dot democracy. It's a way for us to gauge prioritization of certain principles that we were able to draft based on the involvement that we had had at that point. So we conducted that meeting virtually and in person again, as well as had a survey version of it available online. It's during this phase that we had some focus group meetings with stakeholder organizations in the area. So among those, we did a faith and business group as well as nonprofits. And we also had a meeting with senior in the area, being that the median age of this area is higher than the average of the city. We wanted to make sure that we were capturing the opinions of that demographic. And then again, we did some outreach at parks and plazas in the area, as well as some targeted outreach for apartment communities within the character area, being that a higher percentage of the households in the area are renters. We wanted to make sure we weren't missing their opinions and voices on this process. During phase 2 is also when we visited some of the city's boards and commissions that are relevant to this process. So things like the Neighborhood Advisory Commission, Transportation, Historic Preservation, Sustainability, Resilience, Parks and Rec, as well as the Development Review Commission and the Municipal Arts Commission. So we had a very busy March. Following that, we had our draft plan. So once we had something in hand, we made that available online and followed it up with more outreach meetings, giving a chance for people to have read the draft before we went out there to kind of get a feel as to what needed to be changed, anything we might have missed, or extra emphasis to be placed on certain aspects of it. So along with the draft release, we had another online survey, as well as an in-person and virtual meeting. And then at that point, we also came and brought our draft to those boards and commissions that we visited earlier in the year. And once again, did some outreach at parks and apartment complexes within the area. Just some highlights of some non-standard public involvement that we did to encourage outreach. We did a feature in the Wrangler News, which is a publication of wide distribution in this area. So that was very helpful for us to get the word out. And we also did some incentives for taking our surveys and giving us input. So this is a screenshot of that incentive where we were giving away some movie tickets. Just encourage getting involved with city planning processes. With that, I'll hand it back over to Ambika, and he'll give a highlight of the document itself.
Thank you, Jacob. Mayor and Council, I'll give you a very brief overview of the document that you looked at. The document has a table of content. Basically, we start with introduction, purpose of the plan, major traits of the Southwest Tempe character area. We provide a brief history for the sake of the people and for like a record. And then also how the plan was a community-driven process through a public process. And there are 14 different elements that we have addressed in this particular plan. Each one of them has about 10 principles, so about 140 different principles that we have used. Typically, the character area plans, we base it on the previous character area plans a little bit, and also anything that has happened since then, like the general plan, transportation area master plan, many other plans that we have done, and then what we hear from the public. So it's like, you know, a combination and culmination of a lot of effort. So that's the title cover page that you see on the left side. And each one of those, the document is structured with those 14 principles with the preamble and goals on the top. And then also the number of principles that are highlighted just below that, just to tell you how to achieve those goals. And then there are embedded images. I have all the 14 ones. I'm not going to read them. I just want to give you an example on how they are kind of organized. So for example, the first one is climate change and extreme heat management. A lot of these kind of priorities came through the public consultation. We also went to the school, the young generation of people, university educated people, a lot of idealism about green infrastructure, climate change, and the extreme heat management. So there will be preambles and goals that are kind of listed in the first few paragraphs. Then, for example, and this one has 10 principles that are kind of listed that we've gone through, like Jacob mentioned, through 1 or 2 or 3 iterations of the draft that people felt comfortable. Lots of people actually edited the document, just like the general plan. And we took their ideas, and we were told that they were very happy with the way that we listened to them, and we honored the input. The next one is green infrastructure and green buildings, similar type of preamble and the planning and design principle with 11 principles. Energy conservation, today we had this announcement about the energy conservation and energy efficiency that the city really prides on. Landscape and shade, which is very important, open space, public gathering spaces, walkable environment. Many people are very much concerned about walkable environment. So we have actually 13 principles that support the walkable environment in the area. Anytime someone proposes a plan, anytime the city wants to make any investment, we look at those principles as guidance on how we could actually match the public aspiration and on what we provide. Preserving neighborhood character was another element that we have gone into quite a bit of detail with 10 principles. Then canal side path design, a lot of seniors actually wanted to volunteer to clean it up and make it much more attractive to make use of the canal side. And so we have kind of have design guidelines for the canal side path design on this document. Historic preservation, many buildings will become historic eligible very soon. So we have all of those things considered. On that, mobility and connectivity, we got really a lot of feedback on this one. Circulators, buses, bike paths, multi-use trails, how people walk, and all of that. And even hawk signals, we have provided some of the recommendations on where they could be in consultation with the transportation department. We've also gone to the high quality building design and materials, because every time we review a plan, we want to make sure that even the color doesn't absorb a lot of heat. You know, we don't like a lot of black colors, for example. And then we've talked about the building materials. And then affordable housing and aging in place that we talked about today. There was somebody who spoke about it. It's also kind of at length addressed with 9 principles. Public art, again, another very important element with 5 principles. And especially after pandemic, the last principle is the public health friendly planning, that we've become very aware after the pandemic that any design, any planning that we do is also public health friendly. Now, we've also provided some examples of what we think is kind of, good quality best practices design, building materials, shade, public arts, treatment of the garage, all of that into the picture in the appendices, so people can take a look at it on how we visualize some of those kind of things. Some of more pictures. There are many more pictures in that one. Now, very quickly, it was like 8.5 months project that Jacob talked about. We began January 24th. Today is October 1. And so we're pretty much at the end of it. Very quickly, we released the draft. We gave quite a bit of time to the community to give us input. On June 14th, we went back to the community and also the commissions. And then we went to the DRC on September 10th. They voted unanimously by a vote of 7-0 to recommend approval of this one. And today here we are with you with the council. We need only 1 hearing and 1 vote. Here is the core team. A lot more people are involved. If you have any questions, we'll be pleased to answer, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Councilmember Adams?
Yes, a couple of points. I want to commend you for the sustainability focus that you had. You have trees, green building codes, all kinds of plants and things to cool off our environment. So that's super important. So thank you for doing that. I like that how much you reached out to the residents. I think it's so important to reach out and include everyone there, because they're the experts in their own neighborhoods. So I'm really glad that you reached out to the residents and they participated well, and it sounds like it went really well. So that's good. I like it that you have affordable housing. in the project. And I also like the time frame. This was a really nice time frame of what you did. We didn't take years, you know, right? So good job on that. And I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you, appreciate it. Before we go to additional comments, I want to make sure I go to the public hearing that I can come back to council for comments afterwards. So I'll go ahead and bring these folks up. I have one person for public comment this evening, and that is Beth Thompson. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Howdy. Thank you. I'm Beth Thompson. I'm a resident of Tempe, and when I heard other people talking, I was like, oh my goodness, I've been here since 1980. Whew. It's a long time, so I've seen a lot of changes too. My parents were here, the sheep were here, the cotton was here, so we've been here a long time. I wanted to thank Ambika and Jacob and Brenda and Shauna for the effort that they put into this whole project. The history, the whole thing is wonderful. You hear a lot of complaints, but I did want to thank them for their dedication to the planning process of our character area. Their research was amazing, but even more so was the way they got out into the community and asked us for our input. They listened, they adopted, they were really, really good. So I wanted to thank them for all the opportunities, the surveys, and that's it.
Wonderful, thank you so much, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council on item 8A1? If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing none, I will close the public testimony portion of the public hearing, and I will move back to council. Are there any further comments or discussions on item 8A1? Vice Mayor Garland?
I was going to say, I think it's a really very nice character area booklet that you guys put together. I've read the other ones, and I just was really impressed with I liked the colors that everybody was looking at. I love the outreach, as Councilmember Adams said. I also like that you said twice, Jacob, that you reached out to people that live in apartment complexes. Because just because they live in an apartment complex does not mean they're not part of the community. So I really appreciate that you did that. I think that that's really important. But I just want to say thank you so much for what you did. I really like these character areas, and I think they're important to our residents. And I'm just glad that you included them in this process all the way. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any further comments or questions on item 8A1? If not, I will entertain a motion. It's been moved by Councilmember Adams and seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, for me too.
Okay, and that item passes 7-0. All right, next, I apologize, I'm going to move some things around here because once again, I see the majority of the speakers are here for one item, and I want to make sure that we always try to prioritize those items, which means I'm going to move on here to item 8C2, which is to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance for a zoning map amendment from PCC1 to R5, a planned area development overlay to modify development standards for building setbacks, and a development plan review for a new 3-story multifamily residential development consisting of 229 dwelling units on 7.69 acres for Cabana Kyrene, located at 515 West Guadalupe Road. The applicant is Gamage and Burnham. Ms. Voss, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. For your record, Manjula Voss, law firm of Gamage and Burnham. I made a lengthy presentation last week, and I know we have a lot of people who want to speak, so I'm going to try to focus my presentation on some things that I've talked to some of the neighbors about, and I've just heard some comments, so I thought without going through the whole presentation, I did want to just address some things, and then I certainly would like to come back and answer any comments that we may hear from the public. Just to start again, I'm here tonight on behalf of Greenlight Communities. With me tonight are both Rob Lyles and Dan Richards, who are here and happy to answer any questions. We talked about Greenlight believes everybody deserves a place to feel proud about where they live. And that includes having a new place, right? Like not everybody, you know, what we're trying to do is provide workforce housing, but a new house that has new amenities, nice things that are talked about in the character area plan, community gathering places, and not that the other apartments in the area are not nice. But, you know, the question is, do you want to try to give someone a new place or a 30-year-old place? And that's kind of what we're talking about. So Greenlight's goal was to try to compete with the market rate for Class A apartments, but do it at a workforce price. So that does mean that it is similar to a 30-year-old apartment, but it's brand new place. And so their goal is to provide attainable and affordable housing within workforce, not affordable using government subsidies. And as we talked about, it's a non-subsidized housing option, affordable to housing households, which we'll talk about, with incomes between 60 and 100. And I think you said, and Jacob may have said, the average attainable income is about 75,000 here. And when we're talking about in these communities, and we've seen our healthcare workers, education, you're the Kyrene School Board member, military, construction, food service workers, a lot of retail, people who, there's a lot of jobs up and down in that area, in the Southwest area. You saw that slide from Jacob. Again, here are just some of the Greenlight properties. We can talk about them, and colors I just wanted to show to you. I want to show you two things, because I've had lots of conversations about colors and trees. I think the rendering didn't work out as well, so I do want to show two things. This is the Kyrene Road elevation, but let me show this really quickly. I think this is the best way to talk about it. On Kyrene Road, the building itself is set back. The first thing you are going to see are trees, which you don't see now. Then these are carports where it says 13. And then you have a drive aisle, and then you have another set of carports, and then you have a building. So it's not like you're going to go down Kyrene and just see a straight line building. And the way this is set up is you have a lot of permeability, because as you drive on Kyrene, you have access into the site. You'll see trees first, then you'll see a lot of access permeating between the buildings. And if you see this building here, where the 6 is about 100, 120 feet away from Kyrene. If you look at here's Kyrene Road. Right now, the industrial buildings, when it's industrial, those buildings are closer to Kyrene than this apartment building is going to be on Kyrene. So I just want to give you that perspective in terms of what already is there. But also to show you, the one thing we've tried to do is design a lot of permeability and looking into the site with landscaping. So even from Guadalupe, and I'm showing another picture, what we have done is push all the buildings interior of the site. I last time talked a lot about the neighbors, but I will also talk about Kyrene Road. The building that is closer to the road is Guadalupe. On Guadalupe, I have pushed the building closer to Guadalupe, but at the same time, that entrance has 2 entrances and the Circle K, and it faces the school district office. So we thought we could push the buildings there. Again, lots of landscaping, open space, things that are granted and also talked about in the Southwest Area Character Study. But just to show you how that building looks briefly. So what you kind of see, this is a little bit of Kyrene, it's hard to see, but so again, landscaping, you'll have a view fence, then you have a carport, then you have landscaping, you'll have a drive aisle, and then the buildings push back. You will also have kind of pop outs. The buildings are designed so there's a lot of articulation. You can't see as well on those renderings. Those kind of 2D renderings are hard, but you can kind of see the articulation and the architectural enhancements that are done. We have aluminum kind of metal siding on all the corners and on the 3rd level to give it more interest and pop out. So you're going to have, this is going to be an interesting looking building that you would see kind of in other areas. So just to, again, here's a little bit of a picture of what you kind of see. You can kind of see the articulation as it exists there. Oops, sorry. I just want to go through just a couple other things, and I'm happy to kind of go through all of them. But again, we talked a lot about the Southwest Tempe character area. We have met, certainly we have studied that. We meet the sustainable design principles. They talked about increased landscaping. This currently doesn't have any. We have almost 50% landscaping, rainwater harvesting. We have integrated community gathering spaces that are accessible to our community. We encourage mobility and connectivity by putting people closer to their jobs. And it also talks a lot about promoting workforce housing, including that plan specifically talks about having 3- and 4-story walk-ups. It talks about, that specifically identifies missing middle housing in that plan. The other thing I wanted to kind of give you a sense of, the existing zoning is PCC 1. The average height, the building height maximum is 35 feet. So I want to show you something. This is the current building. The way the city measures the building height. They measure from top of the curb, but this is the building from the finished floor. The top of the building to the roof is 33 feet. That is less than the currently allowed maximum building height on that site. You can build a 35-foot office building on that site right now. It is taller because you have a parapet and we have some embellishments, as I showed you, those architectural embellishments. They're increasing the height to 38 feet. But the building itself could be, the grocery store that's allowed could be 35 feet, would be taller than this building. And then we talked about sight lines. Our sight lines, the top one, is the 80 feet from second floor. You know, if you have a 3-story building, they're going to look directly into the trees. They're not looking into someone's backyard. And again, as you remember, all of our windows and the front door, and we've tried to put all the living spaces interior. So you're not looking, no one's just looking into other people's, looking in the parking lot. But we've tried to do this so that we've spread it out. And when you're 150 feet away, you have a lot of things in between you and the sight line as you look down. But what's actually approved on that site right now is a grocery store that's 40 feet away. That is a site plan, that's a site plan that's approved. You could have a grocery store building 40 feet away from your back wall and then have a food truck come see you. And instead of having sight lines in, what the neighbors would see is this, a wall, you know, against their window with maybe some landscaping versus this, which is kind of what we were talking about. In that same direction, in the same height, trying to add more landscaping, try to add some more open space. I mean, I understand it's a dirt lot, change is hard, and we have a new dirt lot, but what is allowed now is a 35-foot building. And what we're basically proposing is that same building with a lot more landscaping and more open space. The general plan allows 45 dwelling units. PCC allows 15, we're asking for around 30. So less than the general plan, more landscaping, but what we've done is devise something that gives you the community spaces that's talked about in the area plan. You can see this designed in pods, so we encourage community gathering spaces. We encourage going throughout the site, and we encourage just activity up and down Kyrene, so you can walk up and down Kyrene and go to Benedict Park, or walk down to the new Better Buzz at the corner of Kyrene and Elliott. So here's a picture of the site. I can talk about traffic, but for the moment, maybe I'll stop, or I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you so much. Anyone on council, any comments or questions for Ms. Boz? Oh, yes, Councilmember Amberg?
Just a real quick question, and it's about that back wall.
This one?
That one, there you go, yep. So in your plan, it's 6 feet, and I just wanted to make sure, like, who did you go and talk to make sure that they were okay with that?
This 6-foot wall or the
6-foot wall?
Well, this picture is a picture of the existing 6-foot wall. I think we have a condition of approval that the code requires that we put an 8-foot wall there. So it'll either be an adjacent 8-foot wall, or we will put together something that they will have an additional 2 feet that we have to do as part of this condition. And the other thing I wanted to mention, I know I've had some comments with people. For those of you, I know the council is certainly familiar with this, but the way the development review process works, this becomes a specific site plan, right? So if I say that this height is, sorry, Ryan, these are our site plans, they were approved. This is the site plan, this is the height that it will be. If there are any changes, we would have to go back to this public hearing process. So this is approved for a 3-story building. Regardless of if this gets approved, this is what we're requesting. We're not asking for, it's not going to magically become larger. This is exactly, we have to build to what is approved if you all approve it.
Okay, sounds good. Anyone else? Any further comments or questions? Oh, yes, Councilman Crouch? Oh, no. Okay, sounds good. Okay. Is there any more to the presentation that you wanted to add, or?
Well, I thought I would just wait.
Sure, if you want to finish,
give you those highlights and answer some questions, and I'm happy to certainly answer more.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, so let's go here to the public testimony portion here for the public hearing. I've got a number of speakers here, so please bear with me, but we're going to go ahead and take these in the order that they are received. The first speaker I have this evening is Jan Thompson. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Jan Thompson, City of Tempe. I'm one of the few original homeowners of Tempe Royal Estates, Phase 1, having lived in the same home on South Roosevelt for 45 years. I've obviously seen enormous changes over this time, but the present proposed change is wrong for our neighborhood. Tempe Royal Estates has become an island in a sea of literally hundreds of apartments, which I could name. While multifamily housing has grown to surround our neighborhood on all sides, we have recently lost several of the businesses that were important assets to our development. The Albertsons on Guadalupe Road and the postal substation on Rural and Guadalupe both vanished and left us without a nearby grocery store, drugstore, or post office. I attended character area discussions in our neighborhood where neighbors urged the city to plan for replacement of those services that were lost. We need a grocery store, restaurants, postal station, medical offices, or other services to be built on this site, not more apartments, and definitely not three-story apartments. I'd like to know whether the city is considering changing any zoning in the character areas surrounding more affluent homes in the Warner-McClintock neighborhoods or south to Ray Road. Are there any plans for three-story apartments near Warner Estates or Buena Vista Ranch? Or is our neighborhood the only one where zoning can be changed to three-story apartments? I'm vehemently opposed to the aesthetics of the present project, a three-story institutional-looking behemoth engulfing our single-family homes. Developers promised attractive landscaping, but I see little of that in the photos of previous projects. I oppose the traffic congestion, the dangerous points of entry and exit near Kyrene and Guadalupe. These could easily become points of gridlock during morning and evening rush hours. I oppose the noise, the potential rise in crime and drug use, and the number of cars and people that would be crowded into this space. Now, incidentally, also a school zone. I oppose this project because it devalues the property of all the homes of my neighbors in Tempe Royal Estates. The council must vote no on this project. Keep this property zoned commercial as it always has been and as promised in the character area plan. What good was the time and money invested in the character area plan if it can already be bought off by a developer who could care less about our existing neighborhood? We trust you, the council, to have our interests, longtime residents of Tempe, at heart. At the very least, modify this plan and limit it to two-story apartments. I'll close with this. The city expects its homeowners to approve millions of dollars in bond issues in the forthcoming election. I have always been in favor of these kinds of capital improvements to the city I love and have thrived in for nearly 50 years. But the same city that seeks those improvements should not choose to devalue our neighborhood by approving Cabana Kyrene, in spite of the significant opposition expressed in our 206 signature petition and by those of us here in person tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, next up, I have Gabe Hagan. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Gabe Hagan. I am a City of Tempe resident and a business owner here in Tempe. And I'm actually here on behalf of my employees and many other employees in the service industry. They spoke of a previous letter. I just found out about it yesterday. So at 10 o'clock last night, I sent out a letter to my staff and my other business owners. And within overnight period, I was able to get over 30 employees to sign on in support of this project. Many of these people that signed onto this letter work tirelessly in our cafes, restaurants, shops, and even our schools, as we heard earlier. They're proud to serve the community, but they struggle with the reality of being priced out of the neighborhoods that help sustain them. One of my baristas, Kay, as an example, shared that they have to work 4 jobs to make ends meet, despite growing up in South Tempe. They said, "This is my community and my home. I want to be able to afford to have life beyond working. Affordable housing like this project will make that a realistic for me and other service workers." Shelby, who works over at Drink Me Tea Room in South Tempe, expressed how current housing prices make it impossible for them to move out of their parents' home, even though they're ready to live independently. They see Cabana Kyrene as an opportunity to finally take that step. Another voice that stood out was Julie, a former service worker and current staff member at ASU, who said, "We need people to be able to live, work, and play in their communities without depending on long commutes. It's beyond time to carve out space for hardworking people in our communities." And it's not just service workers who are feeling the struggle. Others who signed on, like Brian, who owns a home in Tempe, recognize the importance of expanding affordable housing for all people who want to live and work here. He reminded us that, quote, "We need to counter the small, loud minority who push back on any proposal to build in our neighborhoods. This is a common sense, affordable option that is badly needed for our community." These voices here represent a much larger group of individuals, many of whom can't come to these things because they work in the service industry where they're at work right now. I have an employee trying to get here. Cabana Kyrene isn't just about adding more units, it's about giving people a chance to belong, to be part of the communities that they enrich every day. As promised, I brought the full letter, along with the personal comments from all 30+ signatures that show the depth of support this project has within the service industry. I urge you to consider their voices, their struggles, and their hopes as you make your decision. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much. The next speaker I have is in the virtual audience. It's Sarah James. Ms. James, can you hear me? Hi, Ms. James, can you hear me? Can you unmute?
Okay, I'm unmuted.
There you go. Please state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Sarah James. I do currently reside in Chandler, a few steps away from Tempe, because when we moved back to Tempe, we could not afford to live there. I grew up in Tempe. I moved there in 1979 when I was just a baby. I taught in the Tempe Elementary School District, and I am currently serving on the Tempe Union High School District Governing Board. I'm speaking tonight to express my support of Cabana Kyrene in hopes that our community will see the value and also support this project. I don't think I need to spend too much time talking about the financial hardship that most teachers face. Teachers cannot afford to have our families on health benefits. We see the cost of living rise year after year, but our districts cannot afford to match that increase every year. We spend our own money on our classrooms and on our students every single year just to provide basic necessities. It's hard to be a teacher in most places, but in Arizona, it gets harder until it almost becomes prohibitive. And I say that having left the profession after 25 years, a profession I love and I'm good at. In the midst of this doom and gloom, though, we have a beacon of hope in Tempe. Our schools have a partnership with the city that have positive impacts on our students, our staff, and our entire community. I have seen our city council try to find ways to help provide teachers with affordable housing, only to see our state legislature make such actions impossible. Fortunately, we have a tenacious council, and we are being presented with this amazing option that will provide affordable housing, not just to teachers, but to other essential workers as well. And I so appreciate Gabe Hagan's perspective on that and his dedication to his employees. I hope our community can see the value in Cabana Kyrene and welcome this project to our city. We have enough roadblocks at the state level, so we need to come together to support each other and embrace projects such as Cabana Kyrene. Tempe is such a unique and wonderful city, and our teachers and essential workers deserve to have a chance to live here and raise their children here. I value what Tempe gave me throughout my childhood. I wish I could afford to live in Tempe now, and I hope that other teachers and other essential workers will have the opportunity to enjoy the city that I love. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have this evening is Melissa Harlan. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Melissa Harlan. I have lived in Tempe over 20 years, in South Tempe specifically, over 20 years, and I'm currently the owner of Drink Me Tea Room and Drink Me Tea and Treats at Warner and Kyrene. As a small business owner in South Tempe, I've seen firsthand how the high cost of housing is affecting our community, especially service workers. I employ 15 dedicated individuals with my 2 businesses that are located there, and they work very hard every day to provide a wonderful experience for South Tempe residents. However, most of them face long commutes and or have to spend a huge portion of their income just to live in Tempe. Gabe already mentioned one of my employees that can't afford to move out of her parents' house to live in Tempe as well, as just one of the examples. Affordable housing is vital for creating a thriving community. When workers can live closer to their jobs, it means more than convenience. It strengthens our local economy. If my employees could afford to live in Tempe, they'd be spending more money in Tempe as well, supporting other local small businesses like mine and Gabe's. That's how we keep money circulating in our community, helping everyone succeed. By supporting Cabana Kyrene and other affordable housing in Tempe, we're investing in our local workforce, our businesses, and the future of South Tempe. Let's build a community where the people who work here can afford to live here and in turn help our economy grow. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Hillary Golson. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Hillary. I'm a resident of Brittany Lane, and I've also been a teacher for almost 10 years. While I understand the desire for the development, I must reiterate that this rezoning proposal for Cabana Kyrene does not meet the needs of our community. A mixed-use development similar to the cul-de-sac Tempe with a light color scheme would provide much greater long-term value, and I strongly urge the council to reconsider the R5 zoning for this project. First, teachers like myself and other essential workers who, just to mention, don't even make close to the median area income quoted, the $75,000, are not looking to live in tiny studio and 1-bedroom apartments. These 468 square foot units are simply not practical, nor do they provide the quality of life we're seeking. I know this has been framed as a benefit for these workers, but I can assure you the prices are not a discount at $1,300 minimum monthly, which is not affordable for us. Teachers I know looking for homes where they can build roots, they're looking for homes building roots, not cramped spaces in a transient complex. This specific proposal as it stands currently doesn't align with what the people in this community need. I also want to remind the council of something one of you pointed out yourselves. There's only a Circle K and the worst McDonald's in town on the corner. The residents in the area are living in a food desert. We don't have a grocery store or a market within miles of this area. This proposal doesn't address the need for essential services and better living options that would make the community more livable. Adding more high-density apartments without those necessary amenities just exacerbates the problem. There are also serious safety and design concerns. The building height inconsistency is troubling. The application lists 50 feet, but the developer's letter mentions 41 feet, and tonight they mention 33 feet. I urge the council to limit this to 3 leasable stories at max of current 35 feet to avoid unnecessary height increases. Then the proposed setback reduction on the pad overlay from 20 feet to just 9 feet with some sleeping areas only 2.5 feet from the pedestrian walkways is unacceptable. This is a significant safety risk, especially given the ongoing investigation into traffic safety along Guadalupe Road. Please deny this reduction and prioritize safety. Lastly, the perimeter wall adjacent to single-family homes must meet the city's zoning code for an 8-foot masonry barrier to protect nearby residents from noise, privacy concerns, and other intrusions. The existing 6-foot wall simply isn't enough, and I ask the council to enforce the proper code here. In closing, I urge you not to approve this R5 rezoning as is. The long-term consequences, including reduced property values, lack of amenities, and poor living conditions outweigh any short-term gains. If this project moves forward, at the very least, ensure your conditions are outlined. Thank you.
The next speaker is Zach Gamza. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Zach Gamza. I'm from Chandler, Arizona, but I'm a local business owner in Tempe. I'm here to voice my support for the Cabana Kyrene project and to correct the record on some misconceptions about the impact of affordable housing on a community. The opponents of this project genuinely believe that this will increase crime and traffic congestion and may also lower property values. Fortunately for the community, the data firmly supports the opposite conclusion. The City of Tempe has already assessed the traffic situation and determined that it would not increase congestion, especially not compared to commercial property development. I also want to point out that multiple studies, most notably the UC Irvine study in 2022, found that the construction of affordable housing does not increase crime and, in fact, does increase property values. Their study found that affordable housing actually increased property values to $16,000. This is in 2022. Now, as far as aesthetics, I can't speak as an individual, for personal taste, but I have to imagine that an apartment complex would be more appealing than a vacant lot. The City of Tempe, as ably represented by this council, is known to be a progressive, diverse city, welcoming to all demographics. Their reputation is earned by supporting evidence-based policies and initiatives that boost the whole community, including the workers who make the city run. This proposal fully supports those aims and sends a message to service workers, young professionals, families, and seniors that Tempe is for them. And on a personal level, my wife and I moved out here from New York, and we fell in love with Tempe when we moved here. She went to ASU to get her PhD. Incidentally, I find when people talk about the criminal element of renters, as renters, my wife with a PhD in chemistry doesn't quite fit the bill as a criminal element. But we want to put down roots in Tempe, and unfortunately, we were priced out of staying here as we were trying to develop our careers, and we had to move out to Chandler. Now we're well established in our careers, and we spend our disposable money on businesses in Chandler, not Tempe where we want it to be. So if we want people to stay and contribute to this community, then we need to make it affordable to live here. And not just for ourselves, but for our kids and our grandkids who currently live here or want to stay here. They want to remain in Tempe where they grew up, and the affordable housing crisis is preventing them. So for all the people here who are all about the community, your kids and your grandkids are going to be moving away from you because they can't afford to live here. So please consider that as you consider this bill, this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have this evening is Beth Thompson. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Beth Thompson. I'm a resident of the city of Tempe. And I rewrote everything. I know you've got emails from me, and I really hope you read them and looked at some of the questions that I've raised. But tonight, when people are talking about workforce housing and how we need it, we are already neighborhood of 70% rentals. 70%, highest in Tempe. This will add more. It will add congestion. It will add people cutting through the neighborhood where we've got school bus stops and a park, et cetera. That's beside the point. But what I don't understand is how these 229 apartments in this particular location is going to solve all the problems. What we need is affordable housing, home ownership, keep it that way, or we need to keep it the PCC1 and have what you did on Rural and Warner, because we have nothing local for us to go to. We have to go there. And it's crowded, you know that, but we bike. The need is for starter homes or to give this neighborhood a grocery store. Like I said, I want to reiterate the table I sent you with the rent of apartments in the neighborhood. Cabana Kyrene studio rent is at the median range of the 1-bedroom apartments in the neighborhood, which there are 70%, tons. Some of these 1-bedrooms have garages included, better amenities. They're all there. It's all there. Cabana Kyrene's 2-bedroom is the second highest rent in our neighborhood. Also, Ms. Vaz mentioned last meeting that, I don't know what the question was, but she mentioned rent at a per bedroom, and it actually made me think, okay, so I move in, and I move in with my friend, and we both have significant others. That's 4 people in a 2-bedroom at the way she's pricing it. That's 4 cars. Where are these cars going to park? There's not enough parking spots. They're going to park at Benedict, or they're going to park in my neighborhood on the streets. So there is a lot of concern that people aren't thinking of, but there is so much workforce housing, and there is the ability to save and not buy the new iPhone and decide what's more important to you. That's all. But one last thing. So Tempe has been recognized nationally for being one of the best American cities, at using data and evidence to respond effectively to local challenges. This gives me confidence that you will make the correct decision and deny this rezoning proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joe Felinsky. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the council. I appreciate the time. My name is Joe Felinsky, and I'm a Tempe resident. As 38-year homeowners in a Pepperwood neighborhood, we're strongly opposed to this proposal as it's currently presented. The 3-story buildings, do not fit our neighborhood, and the number of the small apartments is far too many, 229 units. Also, there's still this unresolved issue of a prescriptive easement that has been created through decades of open and notorious use to Circle K. This path runs diagonally from the northwest corner of the parcel where the sidewalk ends directly to Circle K. This has not been addressed. I've brought this up to Chris Jasper and other people at the city. I've gotten no response other than it's going to be brought up with the legal team. But that is something that needs to be considered. You may remember stories of open lots in New York City where a man walked across the lot diagonally for 30 years. When they went to go build, they had to build him a walkway to go through there. We're not looking at this path that's been used by Tempe residents and also Guadalupe residents for years to go to Circle K. It doesn't follow the back of the curb. It cuts diagonally across the property. We support development for the parcel, but not this proposal. The apartments are too small, the buildings are too tall and dense, and there's far too many units. We really suggest to reject the proposal as currently designed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Terry Felinsky. Oh, you good? Okay. The next speaker then is Jerome Beerwagon. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Jerome Beerwagon, Tempe, Arizona. I reside in the Pepperwood. And Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you very much for the opportunity. So many arguments pro and con have already been made this evening. I don't want to hash them or readdress them. I simply want to point out a couple of facts about that particular corner. Some of the remarks made by the developer, which tend to signal that this would not be a good fit for the neighborhood. First and foremost is the sewer problem in the area. You probably have seen the stats. It's a very bad intersection for traffic accidents. No one wants to stop there because the smell comes up through the sewer. The city is many times trying to fix it. They have not. There's infrastructure problems there. It will not support more people moving into that greater number. It'll only make it worse. The other side of it is the frequent remarks by the developer saying that building community inside the development. They're not building community. They're isolating these folks within their development. They don't want to extend out into the neighborhoods. Many of the people that have lived there for a long period of time and desire to live there or move into that area is because of the community. Whether it's Terrace Walk or Pepperwood or any of the other ones in the area, we get to know each other. We're neighbors, we're friends. We attend parties. We know about their families. We want to foster that type of community on that parcel. Apartments don't do that. And I can attest to that because I lived in apartments down the street from that when I was younger. I did not socialize with the people in that apartment complex. We had our own lives, we went our own ways. Apartment dwellers, by and large, fantastic people. I was one for many, many years, but we live our own lives. We're not rooted into those neighborhoods as strongly as what some people might want you to believe. I'm looking for a community there that'll be rooted into the surrounding communities. We also need that shopping center. We also need grocery stores. We drive 3, 4, 5 miles to get to name brand or grocery stores in the area. The Bash is closed up down the street. That was on Guadalupe. Yes, that was a lot of years ago. The Albertsons closed up. We need shopping. We need other services there. I've also noticed that most of the pro arguments are made by business owners who do not live in Tempe, who have people that work in Tempe. I'm wondering if they pay their employees the $54,000 to $76,000 that it will cost to rent in these apartments, these very small, tiny apartments that have been noted before. So I strongly urge you, take another look at the development, vote no on the proposal, challenge the developer to come back with something that fits better into the character of the neighborhood. I really like the character plan and seeing it. This just does not fit in. We're not a walkability community. The realtors that post homes and sell the homes in these areas will tell you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just a note, just from just an accuracy standpoint, I think there were 3 business owners that did speak tonight. I believe one said he lived in Chandler, but the other 2 did say they were residents of Tempe. So I just wanted to make sure that I kind of corrected that for the record, but I appreciate your comments. Thank you. The next speaker is Josephine Bierwagen. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Josephine Bierwagen. I am a longtime resident of Tempe. I did move away for a while when I was a young professional and was in California. And I strongly oppose this apartment development because it doesn't meet with the needs of the area. We need permanent housing that's affordable for young families. I happen to have 3 kids at home, 2 in schools, and they don't have a lot of friends in the neighborhood that also go to the schools in the neighborhoods. Most of them are going to other schools in other neighborhoods because it's not affordable to stay where they need to be, and they don't want to end up having to move somewhere farther away, but they're being driven out by the higher costs to rent, and these houses the apartments are not gonna meet this. Houses that are affordable, that they can be able to rent, own, and live in for a long time where they desire to be, which is in this part of Tempe, and have amenities available, like a grocery store. The only drugstore that is anywhere near close is to go to Walgreens on Baseline and Hardy, where there are so many traffic issues on Hardy that nobody wants to travel down there. It's currently under review to remediate that, which is amazing. But as people who live in an apartment complex that have small units, and I speak from experience of living in low-income housing in California in small units, you're there because that's what you can afford. You're not there to build a community. And we need that community to stay that have been built in Terrace Walk and Pepperwood and all the adjacent areas. And having had houses in both Terrace Walk and now Pepperwood, we love the area. We have figured out how to stay in the area and afford it, but there are so many families that have had to leave and move away because they can't afford it. They can't afford what rent is or a mortgage, and the apartments aren't gonna meet that because they have kids. They need 3 and 4 bedroom places to be able to raise their families and stay there, and that's what we need. We need a solution that doesn't add 3 stories, that even if you can't see those 3 stories from the neighborhood because of setbacks, you still see it driving down the road. And those industrial buildings are not 3 stories that are along that part of Kyrene. We need to keep with what that area is and help to build up that community with more housing for young families, because all of those critical workers, healthcare, the school workers in education, all of the people that are needing that, they want to stay there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sue West. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Once again, we meet around the board. Good evening. Thank you for the time. I agree with some of the, most of the things that have been said, especially with the lady in the black. Everything she said, I put a yes to. I would like to, if I may, since you have green light representatives here, I have some questions. And I called yesterday to try to get some answers. I did not get a return call back. So since I didn't, is it all right for me to give you these questions?
Would you like to hand them to them,
Yes,
or, and they
yes.
can, maybe Ms. Voss could address them when she comes back up? Okay.
And then you said that they were here to answer some questions, so maybe we could do that after. The one particular thing that keeps bothering me a great deal, I know the city doesn't think there's any problem with the traffic area there, but I'm sorry, but you're wrong. I do have something that I looked at that I thought might work, but I don't know how flexible Greenlight's going to be. On the northwest corner, there is an egress, and also at the main entrance off of Guadalupe Road. It's over toward the wall. I don't know if it's been considered to place an egress at the southeast corner, which faces Kyrene. Right now, there's the garbage containers right there. And the garbage containers are on the other end, too. But these face this way, these face this way. If you could move those garbage containers over next to the wall, make an egress there, going straight into Kyrene Road. I can see where, for the garbage pickup, it would be straight shot all the way down. Stop here, get these, stop here, get these, and go on out to Kyrene Road. The way they have it set up, there was a T-bone situation on the driveway that is next to Kyrene Road, from the entrance from Kyrene by Circle K. They're coming in, the gate is set back, but then you have people coming as an egress, and it's going like this. And if you have a bus that's stopped, of course, the solution to that could be, you guys could probably solve that and put a bus stop in there, a bus pull-out would be good. These are things that safety is important, and there's a lot of people that take that route. Not only us in our area, but if the apartments are there, that's going to be a problem. Work people, unless you live there, you just don't realize how much traffic there really is. Last time I was here, I raised the area of retention area.
And I'm sorry, that's time too. I apologize. Thank you. The next speaker I have this evening is Joel Haugen. Is Joel Haugen here? If I'm pronouncing that correctly, H-A-U-G-E-N. Okay. That means my next speaker then is William Gibson. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thanks for letting us come and address you on this issue. I'm Bill Gibson, William Gibson, and I've lived in Tempe for 50 years. And again, I've spoken before, but I need to reiterate, I am opposed to this action. There are several reasons. But just moments ago, we passed a southwest character area. And in that document on page 41, it says this: preservation of neighborhood character can be achieved by ensuring that new developments are compatible with the existing character and scale of the built-up and natural area. We have 4 neighborhoods within a quarter to a half mile of this proposed project. And you've heard from just about all of them. I'm from Brittany Lane. You've heard from Pepperwood. You've heard from Tempe Royal Estates. This is a single-family character area. And several people have spoken in favor of looking at this as single-family, to put single-family dwellings here, which makes a lot of sense. Apartment dwellers come and go. But if we're looking at affordable housing, we need to look at permanent housing, and single-family homes is what fits this character area. I'd like to respond to some of the people that have already spoken in favor of low-cost housing, and it's been alluded to several times here, but our research shows that there are approximately 5,000 apartment units within about a 1-mile radius of this project area, 9 separate apartment buildings, and 10% of these units are vacant at the present time. if folks really want to move to Tempe, these are available to them. As been pointed out, the rental comparison between the existing units and the developer's proposal indicate that a number of these existing units, studio for 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom, cost less than what is being proposed by the Greenlight folks here. So if the Tempe workforce folks, and we would love to have them work in Tempe, my kids went through the Kyrene schools, and they're high-quality schools, high-quality teachers. We would love to have them live in Tempe. But there are approximately 500 units that are available now, and we invite them to check that out. I just, well, I don't know how much time left. I just wonder why this process was rushed so much. The proposal was made to the city about 1.5 years ago. We had a meeting in June. Now there seems to be a rush to complete this process without totally working with the local folks that have
sorry,
issues with this. So,
that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have is Monica Trejo. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Woods, City Council members, and staff. My name is Monica Trejo, and I am a proud Tempe resident of 20 years. I also have the privilege and honor of serving on the Tempe Elementary School Board for nearly 8 years now. I'm also a former public school teacher. I wanted to start off by saying thank you. Thank you for supporting and investing in our community and education. Whether it's expanding Tempe Pre, investing in expanding our after-school programs, as we referenced earlier today, those opportunities and needs are great for our residents. And so I just want to say thank you, because I know you don't hear that enough. As an elected official, I can understand that. It's not hard to find the data, the reports, and the research that share and highlight the realities that our teachers and our first responders can't afford to live where they work. This issue is very personal for me. As I mentioned, I've lived in Tempe for 20 years. Tempe is my home, and I want other people to be able to call Tempe their home too. I understand the struggles as trying to make rent as a teacher. And I also agree that we need more permanent housing options for our folks. But the reality is I had to rent for 14 years before I could finally be able to afford to buy my own home. And so I commend you for starting those efforts to expand opportunities for our educators. I'm lucky to have found my home, as I said, and so thank you guys for everything you have done, and I hope you continue to expand every option for our teachers, our first responders, whether it's this type of housing or permanent housing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brandy Olrenshaw. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, folks. Good evening. I go Michelle, by the way.
Okay, sounds good. You got it.
Well, I wanted to make an opinion on Australia. I wanted to come this evening to provide a little bit more perspective and insight into the decision that you're making with this parcel of land in question. I'm hoping that some of the things that I share with you that you can consider would provide you a little bit more of a strategic approach. So I have 3 things in particular that I want to share. And before I begin, I do want to say that I think most people recognize the need for affordable housing. I don't think anybody questions that. I think what we're questioning, though, is what kind of affordable housing? Should it be 3 stories? Should it be 2 stories? Should it be single-family homes? So one thing I want to share with you this evening is I'm in the business of measuring risk, and more specifically trying to mitigate it. And that is probably my #1 concern here. We've seen exactly where the traffic's going to come in and out, and my main concern is the children. I haven't heard anyone mention this. I've only heard the developer talk about it's across the street from the school district office. But no one has mentioned the kids who every day when I go through that intersection for work are walking through that. They're teenagers, they're young, and I don't know about you, But if you haven't seen a 16-year-old, they don't always use the crosswalks. So that is where I feel like we have the greatest elevated risk by having that proximity with that many people there. You've heard some comments about it's not going to increase traffic. I beg to differ. According to the developer, they're going to be adding 369 parking spaces. They anticipate that's going to increase daily trips by 1,500. I don't know about you, but increasing daily trips by 1,500 is an increase in traffic. And my kid walks across the street there and gets hit. I want to know that Tempe's ready for the lawsuit because you have increased that heightened risk for us. I think the second thing you heard tonight is also about concerns and privacy. I appreciate that Greenlight is trying to socialize the way they're going to try to address that. You can put all the beautiful trees you want for landscaping. I also want to keep it real and be honest. Realistically, those trees are not going to mature to the growth you need them to overnight. So that means those people have to live with the lack of privacy for years. And let's not forget we're in Arizona, folks. So there's no guarantee that they will reach maturity with climate change as well as a lack of resources with concerns around water. I think the last thing I want to share with you is what can we do to even make it a more equitable experience for those who are needing affordable housing? You just heard testimony from multiple people who want to live here. They want to buy, they want to rent. So why does it have to be strictly then apartment complex? Why can't that one piece of land be single family housing? Why haven't you considered then the other parcel of land that's just down the street on Guadalupe at Hardy that is already marked for residential? Why can't that be the 2-story complex or 3-story complex? They already have existing apartments there to begin with. So that's all I would like you to consider.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's not mine.
The next speaker is Darren Gonzalez. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Darren Gonzalez, resident of Tempe. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm speaking in favor tonight of HC2 on the Cabana Kyrene development. I'm fortunate to live and work in Tempe as an educator. I see this development as one of many opportunities that this council needs to pursue to help maintain as much of Tempe as a city for families as we can. You may have seen the recent news of Tempe Union School District cutting positions due to declining enrollment, and Tempe Elementary is also seeing the same thing with data from their demographer report. Our city cannot continue to become more difficult for families to get their foot in the door and make this city their home. Cabana Kyrene provides an opportunity for teachers and first responders and those we need to continue to build, maintain our community today. These are the exact people we want to call our neighbors. I understand the concerns about a new build in Tempe community, and I would like to use my experience with the recently completed Alexan Tempe multifamily complex off Price and Baseline, which is a welcome part of my Cole Park neighborhood. Since it's been built, I haven't really noticed any discernible increases in traffic. We have not had increase of transients in the neighborhood. We've actually had fewer now that the dead strip mall is gone and has been replaced by this complex. We've also had an increase in new businesses in a previously dying strip mall. We have Cane's now, we have a new sushi restaurant, we have a new gas station. All of these are due to having more people in the area to help attract and sustain our businesses here in Tempe. This is an opportunity to provide opportunities for new families to make Tempe their home. It'll help continue the stimulation of new businesses and support our established ones. A 4 decades old vacant lot does not achieve any of that. I urge you to vote in favor of that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker this evening is Randy Sakala. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, I'm Randy Sakala, resident of Tempe Royal Estates in Tempe. Mayor Woods, council members that now I kind of recognize some of you. It's not quite as scary. So I had a great oratory ready for my closing argument today, and rather I'm gonna switch and kind of speak more from the heart and from experience, and so bear with me just a little bit. But I have a daughter who's a school teacher here in Phoenix. I have a nephew who's active police force. I have a brother-in-law who's former Tempe PD. I have 2 nieces who are active law enforcement in the Phoenix Valley. And so I have an insight into this missing middle and the workforce. And I can tell you right now that none of them would rent in this complex. Now, it's not because it's an awful complex. Really, it's 2 reasons. Number one, it's really small rooms. And number two, it's kind of like a fishbowl. The way it's built, all the rooms look at each other. And so you're going to have no privacy at all. So this development screams of student housing, the architecture, the colors, the design. And so if you're targeting 21, 22, 23-year-olds, they're going to love this. This is going to be so cool. They just got out of college and they're used to a communal type lifestyle, and this will be no problem for them. But if that's what it is, it should be closer to downtown so they can do the things they like to do, and they'll be happier, and then we'll be happier. But if you're looking for a little more mature, maybe in the mid-20s, kicking up to 30, God forbid, these are people that want a safe home, some privacy, maybe a balcony to go out and read a book, and this ain't that. If you approve this development, in my opinion, I think what you're doing is setting in motion a social experiment that's going to go for 60 years, planting a motel-style student dorm building, basically, smack dab in the middle of an established, retired, working-class people neighborhood, full of kids that in this complex that are still excited that they can drink beer legally. That's just not going to work. It's a social experiment that we'll have to live with if you approve this, and I just don't think that's going to work out that well. I don't know how you could be proud to be part of the council that puts that in motion once the reality of that comes together. And for all of those here tonight that are talking about affordability and all that stuff, I love you, but you haven't done your homework. So I invite you to come see me after the fact. I can fill you in, but the reality is 40% of the units in this Cabana Kyrene are studios. They're 468 square feet. That's barely bigger than my 2-car garage. You're going to pay $1,400 for that. Come see me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker I have this evening is Timothy Brown. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
You guys take a break?
That's what this is for, so.
My name's Tim Brown. I've lived here since 1974. I'm about 1.5 miles from this complex. I apologize in advance for the rambling. I was wondering why I was here to address the council. It's because I was here 40 years ago when they wanted to put apartments up by my house. And at the time, I didn't want it. But it was approved anyway, and then they didn't build them. I don't know what that's good for, but I think my views on a few things have changed since then. Personally, I support the build-out of more affordable housing anywhere because I believe in all of the benefits of a life closer to home. In particular, many folks working in Tempe are unable to live here, both because of availability and cost, and the city simply needs more affordable places to live. I think the traffic impact on the neighborhoods is overblown. I think commercial buildings add far more traffic than apartment buildings. As to property values, I don't know, after 50 years here, they've only gone up. I expect they will continue to do so. 1 mile south on Kyrene sit numerous unoccupied commercial buildings. It's the same on Elliott east of Kyrene. These have been largely unoccupied for years. 2 brand new unoccupied buildings were built a couple years ago on Warner, just east of Priest. It's too bad that so many buildings are eating up so much space. But the lake area and downtown Tempe are full of expensive commercial and apartment buildings. How about the old golf course land? How much of that land will be designated for low to moderate housing? It's a fact of life that we are living with zoning decisions made years ago. The city could not say no to commercial developers using all this land. We can't say no to ASU in their quest for all of the space in Tempe. If you look at the lake area, there's your traffic mess. It remains to be seen if any of the lake property will be allocated to low-income housing. My point is this: we all have to change and adapt. Because of need, land deficiency, and zoning, neighborhoods will be asked to accommodate requests to evolve and change, to help provide places for living. I hope the city does a good job holding developers accountable to listening to, working with, and accommodating the folks who are already in these neighborhoods and asked to change. I hope the builders are sensitive to this fact and work well with the neighborhood.
Sorry, that's time.
And
Thank
out
you.
of time, I hope you don't use that red and mustard color because it's off.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jennifer Robles. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members and Vice Mayor Garland, Mayor Woods. Thank you so much for letting me speak tonight. I've had many meetings with several of you, and I was brought into this rapidly, and I've taken a nosedive into information about this project. I sincerely hope you understand that we're not rejecting a project in that space. What we're trying to achieve is everybody's goals and meet in the middle somewhere, and that's not happening. So we had meetings with the developers, and we spoke with them extensively about some of the things that we were trying to achieve, and we are still not necessarily there yet. So my claim in my statement here today is to postpone this zoning until we really do have a meeting of the minds. And if that means that we don't get what we want, okay, but we haven't even been able to really dive into that conversation with these developers. And that's really important here. And what I want to say today, we don't want to see gentrification of a neighborhood. And what that means is the pushing out and the rents rising, seeing things like California has experienced. 12,000 Californians are moving here a month. We know this statistic, and they love Tempe. We love Tempe, but we still have to honor the people who live here now, okay? And I'm one of them. I'm a resident of the Pepperwood area. I have a lot of things to kind of point out, but the big thing is transparency. You know, you guys started working, the city started working with the developer over a year and a half, March of 2023. We didn't get notification until June of 24. And then this is the amount of time that we've had to actually create questions and notifications and talk about design. And, you know, it's like, what, are you serious? Like, we can't even, like, and we have jobs, just for the record. So, I mean, there's a lot of things, design aesthetic challenges, rush process. I mean, not to mention, you only notified 115 people. There's 25,000 people in this Zone 6 area. Okay, let's break it down. Let's take half of that. No, let's cut that. Let's take a quarter of it. That's 6,000 people. Let's take half of that. That's 3,000 people. Let's take half of that. That's 1,500 people. And you guys notified 115. So I'm just saying, let's be real here. Of that 115, 25% rejected it. I'm one of them. I'm not like in opposition of progressing in our community, but we just want to be heard. We want our community to reflect what people live in it and the people that are about to come in. We're welcoming that, but we need more time. More time. What is the rush? It's been vacant for 40 years. What is the rush? And I seriously ask you that before you vote tonight, all of you. What is the rush? We are just asking for time. We haven't even rejected it in full. We just want more time to work with the developers to get an idea so they understand what our community is looking for.
I'm sorry, that's time. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry, we can't have any clapping. I'm sorry. Next up, we have Amber Wheeler. Please come state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Amber Wheeler. I live in Tempe, and boy, that's a hard one to follow up. I won't take much of your time. I really do appreciate the opportunity to get to speak. I don't know how good it's going to be, but I just want to touch on a couple points. The Southwest Character Plan already states that we are in an area, the Southwest Tempe, it's 70% rental as it is. I too would like to have commercial, but even if we had apartments, I just don't feel like these particular apartments are right for the area. The way the breezeways are on the internal, where people go to their doors, it's just, that's not a place for a teacher. People are hanging out on the patio, on the breezeway, and teachers trying to just go home. I just don't think it's the right fit. That's my problem. I'm not saying, oh, we can't have housing. And the prices per square feet, in my opinion, are just too high for such a small, tiny place. And the New Times, they have an article that quotes the developer that supposedly these particular types of apartments have a 50 to 60% like turnover. And the Southwest Character Plan suggests that we should like keep the aging set in place or something like that. But these small little apartments just, and you know, in that quote just don't fit with that. Someone at the DRC meeting one time, they were like, I know change is hard, but it's not about change. It's just these particular apartments just aren't, in my opinion, the right fit. And the last thing I just want to say is, I'm a mother and I'm a business owner, and I've lived in Tempe almost my whole life. I've owned my home for 30 years, and it's just hard to see these places go in here. This piece of land is one of the last few pieces of land, and it's like, you're gonna put this in here? I feel like they, you know, these people who are gonna live there could do better, and it could be better for us having a different kind of community. So that's it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Melissa Balkin. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello again. My name is Melissa. I live in Tempe. I live a couple streets south of the proposed development site. I don't have a lot to say tonight. I've already been up here at many other meetings and shared many feelings. So I won't rehash the things we've already kind of been through, but I do want to just kind of respond to the people who are excited about this affordable housing opportunity. I'm not sure how much research they've been able to do, but myself and my neighbors have done quite a bit of research, and we've looked at, like, I believe it's like somewhere from 10 to 12 complexes, and of those complexes, Cabana Kyrene consistently comes in at the exact same rents or sometimes higher, in almost every case more per square foot. So even if the rent's the same, probably the competitor has more space in it. So if you can't afford to live in Tempe right now, this complex is not going to make it affordable for you to be able to live in Tempe, because the same prices are available right now. Those 400 units that are currently available, they're priced the same as these. So that's not going to solve the problem. I'm a little worried that we're band-aiding right now this housing issue, because what happens when these people move in and they get married, they advance in their careers, and they want to buy a home? Are we just creating a waste station for people who are then going to move to Gilbert or Scottsdale or Ahwatukee because we've filled all our vacant lots with apartments rather than long-term housing? Of course, there's the issue of just fit. I still believe this is not a fit. I'm still not, in agreement with this development. But I just wanted to, if you do feel the need to approve this, which I do not want you to do, I would just urge you to, at the very least, put pressure on the developers to revise the exterior design to feel more of a match. We do not read ketchup and mustard blocks on the corner of the building, or on the corner of the block. There's nothing that looks anything like that anywhere nearby. If they were even desert shades, that would at least be somewhat helpful. So that's all I have to say tonight. I'm not gonna go over tonight, so thank you.
Thank you. The last card I have this evening is for Nolan Williams. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Nolan Williams. I am a resident of Tempe. I am a renter, and I'm here in support of this project. A lot of people talk about aging in place and rootedness in their community, and I would like to share my own story, where personally, when I was in college, I lived on Royal Road, near Daly Park, but not in Daly Park, near Daly Park in a building that had a horrible, horrible change of color when they changed it from white to brown, and they made it less cool in, California. I loved the neighborhood that I was near. I loved the grocery store. I loved the short walk to ASU. I loved being in downtown Tempe. Downtown Tempe is a great place. And that was a fit for me. That was a match. I didn't know coming in that it would be a match, but it was. I had to leave at the end of college, but I got really lucky and a place opened up basically across the street in Daly Park. I'm saying this because people don't root themselves in their apartment, right? People don't root themselves in their studio or their condo. Some people root themselves in their home, sure, if they have a single family house, but what people are really doing is rooting themselves in the community and in the area, in the amenities that are outside of the building that they live in. I think it's important that we consider this if we're talking about apartment transients or way stations, or are these people going to be here for a long time? What happens with when they have a family? We need to consider that the problem is not just, am I being priced out of Tempe, but when I'm looking, is there nothing for me on the shelf right now? If I have a 1-month time limit to find a place, am I going to find something in my student's school zone in time, or do I going to have to go somewhere else? And am I going to have the opportunity to come back after I have to leave? Will things be available for me in my timeline when I want to come back, in the month gap that I have, or in the 6 weeks that I have to find a place? It's important that we have these options available to us so that we can make sure that when people leave, they can come back and they can keep the rootedness in their community. And I'd like to finalize by saying, what we have currently is a review process that you find people control, and you find people have the veto and the yes over. But that is not a system that is guaranteed, and it is not a system that necessarily will last forever. There are a lot of societies that have more affordable housing where it is not a discretionary review process. It is based on, is this safe? Does it meet the standards we've already laid out in our documents that are publicly available? And if we want to keep it a discretionary review process, I would ask you guys to take on the responsibility of making sure that enough housing gets through so that the people who are growing up and need to find places to live will always have that available to them, not just stamp yes on a bunch of housing projects and decide we're done, we don't need to do any more. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is all the cards that I have this evening. But before I close this portion, is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council? Okay, here in the back and then here. So let's go here in the back and then right here. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kay Carlin, and I'm a resident of Tempe, and thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to speak tonight. I grew up in the Tempe Royal Estates neighborhood. I rode my bike to that Circle K all the time, played in the park, and learned how to drive on Hardy. This is my home where my parents still live and own their house. And when my parents sent me the flyer sent by the opposers of this project, I was absolutely shocked that people from the neighborhood that I grew up in could make such baseless claims about apartments being associated with crime and the project affecting the color and character of the neighborhood. I'm in firm support of this project and of teachers, young professionals, and service workers being able to afford housing in the neighborhood that I grew up in and loved. Earlier, when Gabe mentioned having an employee who works 4 jobs, that's me. Surprise, I did make it here. I work as a barista at 3 stores and as a substitute teacher while I studied to get my teacher certificate. I was late tonight because I drove from class. But I'm here because I'm deeply invested in the fight to make our community safer and more connected. But as was pointed out earlier tonight, we can't do that if young people can't afford to stay in Tempe. When you talk about honoring us and honoring the people who live in Tempe, think about us. The people who work in your McDonald's, your coffee shops, and your schools deserve to live in the community too. This is my home and my community, and we need to build it together. Please approve this project and help make Tempe a place where people can actually stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, yes, please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You also have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, for noticing me. Thank you, Council. I just want to clarify because it's a very contingent point. Affordable housing versus what was sent out in the original letter, attainable housing. I would love, it was explained to us at our first neighborhood meeting, this was not affordable housing. And as it was been mentioned, by comparison in the market area, stuff like that, you can find cheaper, larger apartments than what is going to be built here. Now, I have no problem, we need affordable housing, stuff like that, and if you build it, yes, there will be more apartments, and in the supply and demand, there will, you know, balance out eventually. But I don't want people to be surprised when they show up at Cabana, Kyrene, and find out that it's more expensive than the apartments in the area. They're not affordable housing, it's attainable housing. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, is there anyone else? Oh, yes, ma'am, please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Danielle Chernick. I also live in Tempe. I live down the street from Kay, who just spoke for this. I'm against it. I agree with the gentleman who mentioned that it looked more like student housing. This is not an area of student housing. My bigger concern is the proximity to the town of Guadalupe. And then you've got the high school across the street that is for at-risk kids. It's going to change. We've already had this character description of the area. I'm going to tell you, this is going to change the character description of the area. Having transient people around, and then the lack of affordability of it, actually, and that it is just obtainable. I have a grown son right now that lives in an area that's very expensive, and he cannot buy anything for less than $500,000 for less than 1,000 square feet. And that's what these apartments are to me, is they're, what are we doing? We're just pushing the inflation. I don't know, I'm rambling, but I'm really hoping. Also, another thing I want to mention, I'm rambling, but there's a railroad track right there, and we get plenty of railroad stops and lots of traffic because of that at certain times of the day. So I've had the pleasure of meeting several of you council members in the past, just here and there. You wouldn't remember me, but nonetheless, I appreciate your work, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Is there, yes, sir, please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor, or good evening, Mayor, Council, leadership in the City of Tempe, and residents of the City of Tempe. Mayor, Council, my comments tonight is not actually directed at you all. It's actually directed at everyone who came up here tonight to speak. My name is Jevin Hodge. I am a resident of Tempe, a lifelong resident of Tempe. I represented Tempe in the Arizona State Legislature, and I was born at Tempe St. Luke's Hospital. So I'm the first person to say I fully understand this community, and I live in this community, and I love this community dearly with my entire heart. But when you look at me today, I am a young man that was raised in an apartment building in this community. My mother bought her first home when I turned 18, when I went off to college, to one of the best universities in the United States of America. And I can tell you this, the pathway for ownership, the pathway for developing our communities, and the pathway for ensuring that we have integrity and we have a life that we can build for everyone in this community starts by creating housing options that make sense for the individuals that when they can move into them. So when we expand housing options and we make sure that we invite people from all walks of life, even the city of Guadalupe, we invite people from all walks of life, they get that high quality life that Tempe affords to each and every resident. Our police chief is sitting in this audience. He is going to make sure that every resident is safe. Our fire chief is sitting in this audience. They are going to make sure that every resident is protected. And the one thing that we have to do is, no matter where you come from, who you are, what you're trying to do, what status you are, what type of person, who you believe in, who you love, whatever it may be, you should deserve to live in the city of Tempe. And options like this, Council, when you cast your vote, Remember and look at me, someone who has represented this community, who owns 2 businesses in this community, who employs individuals in this community, and who loves this community dearly. I grew up in an apartment building. I am proud of it. I own a home in this community now because of it. I am proud of it. And remember that these are the opportunities that you are giving to someone when you expand options like this. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir, please. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Chris Herman. I live in Phoenix, but in the Tempe Union boundaries, and you'll find that I incorrectly put the wrong agenda item on my card for tonight. Thank you, Mayor Woods and council members. I am the Associate Superintendent at Kyrene School District and also the Chief Financial Officer. And I just would like to share some of the challenges that our school district has faced when it relates to housing. I'm sure you're aware that the enrollment issues for school districts in the East Valley have only gotten a little bit worse, especially those that are landlocked, as the number of school-aged children has dropped significantly over the last few years. One major factor for that situation is home prices becoming a barrier for many families who are not able to afford near or within our district boundaries. It's also difficult to find and hire employees who work in our district, as it's not affordable for many of our staff, especially for entry-level employees. And unfortunately, as you heard earlier, Kyrene has also lost some staff in recent years due to higher gas costs from having just to commute longer distances. I do want to give you some examples of some things that we're facing currently. The average starting salary for a classroom teacher is just under $50,000 in our district. The average starting salary for an instructional assistant, who is a person that assists a classroom teacher, is just over $24,000 a year. And the average starting salary for a bus driver in our district is, again, just over $24,000. We would obviously like to increase those salaries, but I think you're aware that Arizona is near the bottom of the country when it comes to state funding for education. So we do face some significant challenges in making that happen. As far as open positions go, we currently have 12 vacant classroom teachers. We have 36 vacant instructional assistant positions and 14 vacant bus driver positions. These are very important positions in our school district and unfortunately have been at these higher levels for several years now, and having such a high number of unfilled positions is definitely not a good thing for the educational opportunities for our students. We would welcome any opportunities to find solutions to these problems because we would like to create more opportunities for families and staff members to eliminate any financial barriers in order to live or work in our community. And we know that hiring employees who live in our community only makes our schools stronger, so we appreciate any possible solutions that would help our schools in these scenarios. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to? Yes, sir? Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Steve Chernick. I also live in Tempe since 1974. I do not necessarily object to multifamily dwellings. I do object to the aesthetics of this project. This looks like it should belong on Apache Boulevard or University and not in the character area that is represented here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council? Yes, ma'am. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Teresa Isegre. I've lived in Tempe for 43 years. I do live in the Tempe Royal Estate neighborhood. I understand about the housing and whatnot. I've lived in Tempe. Tempe is landlocked. We can only get taller, but not on that corner. Tonight, just coming here, the train was coming, passing, traffic was backed up past the McDonald's, past the Circle K, because we were in it. The cars are going to be an issue. I understand the people that are for it because they're wanting more housing, and no offense to any of the teachers. I still remember all of mine that lived in Tempe and drove to Maricopa because that's where I grew up. teachers have never gotten paid fairly. So this apartment complex is not the answer. It's not gonna make their salaries larger. But traffic is gonna be an issue. There are football games and soccer games that are played every weekend. The traffic coming out of there compared with the, 229 apartments that have traffic, like the one lady that spoke said, 4 cars per apartment, the traffic is gonna be awful. You guys better hire some more Tempe cops for that corner because traffic is gonna be ugly. I understand the people that are upset for their privacy, and I'm not gonna ramble anymore, but I'll leave on a happy note. I wouldn't want anybody seeing me in my backyard because I wear a Medea dress for pajamas. So you guys gotta really think about the privacy issue here. Yes, you can build a big old wall or whatever, it's still gonna be an issue. But really look at the traffic. It's gonna be bad. It's bad right now. Please look at that. There are a lot of kids that play football and soccer on those fields. That's all I gotta say. Thank you very much for your jobs. I love my Tempe town. I promote it all the time, but you guys gotta think about it and look at it more clearly. Don't rush, don't rush. It's been vacant for 40 years. What's gonna be another couple years? Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council on this item? If so, please get my attention. Yes, sir? Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
As I trip right as I get up here. Hello, my name is Sam Thiel, and I am a resident of Tempe. I live in Daly Park. I am a renter. I am not a transient. I'm a teacher. I have lived in Arizona my whole life, and I know that there are a lot of people moving here, and I think that that is a really good thing because I love Arizona and I love Tempe. I support this project because I think that we don't have enough housing, and I am going to get priced out of Tempe eventually. I don't make enough money. We've talked about how teachers don't make enough money here. Eventually, if there's not enough housing, I will get priced out. And the only way, I know a lot of people have said that this apartment complex is too high of rent. The only way to make apartments more affordable is to build more of them, because then there's competition to lower that price. But I just wanted to say I'm in favor of more housing and this. So have a good night.
Thank you, appreciate it. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address the council on this item? If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing none, I will close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Ms. Voss, do you have anything else that you'd like to add or address?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I don't have a lot more to add. I know I'm happy to answer any questions. Just in terms of the ingress and egress, I just want to say that the access points we're using are the existing access points. So that's kind of how those access points came. We didn't want to put in new access points. So that's just, the traffic already flows that way. I don't know, Jason, can you throw the, just to answer this question. So the access points already exist on Guadalupe and Kyrene. Those are the current access points. They kind of go to Circle K. And so that's just how those 2 access points came in. We didn't want to add more access points or an access point closer to the neighbors on the south. We did add 1 additional exit-only access point on Guadalupe to the west. So that's a minimal access point. But other than that, I'm happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned in the beginning, the price of these units, workforce, are the same as the 30-year-old apartments. That's true, that are around it, right? That is the goal. Try to provide new apartments at the same price as 30-year-old apartments. And, you know, there are no studios in the area. We're providing studios for those who want them. And then they have 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. So that's kind of the answer to that question. You know, as the last speaker said, you know, we provide more units that'll help with the supply and certainly help with the supply down here. We're trying to bring a brand new product with brand new amenities at the same price that are the cost of a 30-year-old apartment building. That's kind of where we are. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Councilmember Adams.
Yes, I have a couple of questions. So obviously land is very expensive
in Tempe. And I'm just wondering if this was single family homes, what would those cost? Because that's been brought up a lot. Like people want single family homes and
Yeah,
can you
I
give me
don't-
a guess of.
Well, the prices of those homes currently in the area are about, just around $500,000. So if you're building a new product, it would be something probably higher than that. But again, it's zoned commercial, and so it's typically hard, to put single family at the intersection at an immediate intersection next to a Circle K.
Right, okay. And then I have another question. You talked about traffic the last time and the differences between traffic between a grocery store and maybe commercial, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Do you remember what I'm talking about?
I do, it's right here.
Okay,
But
oh,
it's-
thanks. I got to put my presentation back on here. Okay, so you want to go over those again?
Yeah,
Manju?
I mean, just briefly, if, 150,000 square feet commercial center with a grocery store would generate approximately 14,000 daily trips, versus, we're talking about is 1,500 trips. In a gated community, a grocery store, you can see from the Circle K, is open to everybody, certainly may have more people going in and out. I have a Walgreens on my corner, I'm across the street from a high school. Those kids are going to that Walgreens all the time, in and out. I understand how that goes, there's a lot of traffic. But, we think it's a gated community, it's less than approved from the general plan that all the voters voted on. In terms of just, if you didn't have a grocery store, 10,000 daily trips. So we're talking about a minimal number of trips.
So this is actually the least
This is
amount of
down
trips.
zoning. This is down zoning the property.
Okay, all right, thank you, because I think that's been, people thought that the traffic was going to go way up, and in fact, it would go down.
It's going to go down from what's currently approved. I mean, it will go up from a vacant lot that doesn't have anything on it, for sure, I understand. Yeah, that's a true statement.
Okay, thank you, those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. Just a quick question, then I'll go to Councilmember Amberg. And actually, my question is for staff regarding the comments that we heard about single-family housing. My understanding is that single-family housing on that corner wouldn't even be really acceptable, given the fact that you're at the corner of two major arterial streets coming together, right behind a Circle K, right behind a McDonald's. So my understanding of some of our previous zoning and a lot of the plans that we have is that a single-family home use at that corner really would be inappropriate and frankly would be less safe. But I want to make sure that I'm not just making that up. I'd like to see if anyone from staff could actually answer that question.
Do you want to answer?
I did. Wow.
Mayor, council members, Ryan Levesque, Deputy Director in Planning. So typically when single family is designed, usually they reserve the major arterial intersections for higher intense use like multifamily or commercial. That does tend to bring more traffic trips through those intersections. So typically you want to bring single family subdivisions away from those arterial intersections and provide some buffering of transitional uses in those areas. So yeah, it would probably be typically uncommon to have single family that close in proximity to two major intersections.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. I'm sorry, ma'am, we can't, ma'am, sorry. Councilmember Ramberg?
Mr. Mayor, Ryan, you may want to come back up. I've got a question for
fine.
staff as well. So there have been some comments, both in the emails and made tonight, that, there would be a possibility that if we were to vote on a three-story building tonight, that the developer would be able to go beyond that. Like, could you explain the process, the city process for us and for them, just to kind of go through what would be required if that were going to happen?
Correct. Mayor, Councilmember Amber, this request specifically is asking for some additional height above and beyond the maximum allowed for the R5. So that height is approved and identified as per the approved or proposed elevations for this plan. Any proposed height, any changes of height after the entitlement would require the applicant to go back through a neighborhood meeting process, PAD amendment, and through public hearings to then again ask for any additional height beyond what is presented for tonight's hearing.
Councilmember Chin?
Thank you, Mayor. Ryan, I do not have questions for you.
Thank you.
Okay. And just so we're all on the same page, and I don't know if Ryan and I are on the same, I mean, I think what Ryan meant to say is the R5 zoning allows 50 feet max. I'm actually asking for less height than R5 allows. Right, Ryan? Yeah, just to clarify that I'm not asking for more height than the R5 allows. My PAD is about the Guadalupe frontage setback, sorry.
That's okay.
Just to clarify that.
One thing I want to clarify, and that was brought up by a speaker tonight, one of the residents, and I thought you mentioned it, but I need to clarify. You're raising the back wall, separating the complex from the single-family homes back there from 6 feet to 8 feet. Is that correct?
Yes, we're good. There's a condition of approval on the plans that, as per code, we need to increase the height of that wall to 8 feet. We're working through, the current walls won't support it, so we either need to put a new wall, which we don't really want to do, or some other system that will certainly raise that. It may be more screening to help raise the wall, but yes, it will be 8 feet.
Okay. My other question, and this I will admit, I've lived in Tempe for 50 years. I grew up approximately a mile from where this site is. And because I fall into my old habits, I still shop at the nearby grocery stores, the Fry's, the Trader Joe's, and the Costco in the area. So I drive this area a lot. I'm trying to verify, and I don't need you to give me an address, just a reality check for me. When I head south on Kyrene from Baseline, what I'm hearing, what I heard tonight was that this complex doesn't fit, it doesn't fit with a character area. There are other multifamily complexes on Kyrene, aren't there? I know I've seen them.
Yes.
Yeah, and they are also 2 and 3 stories, right?
Yes. That's
2 of them, Garden Grove, 3 stories, Strata, 3 stories, San Marino, 2 stories, roughly?
Yeah, roughly. I mean, since you have the numbers, yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
I'm
agree.
just, that's what I thought. Okay. No, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Keating?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Chin forgot Elliott's Crossing, which I lived at for a number of years in the early aughts. My questions for Ms. Vaz. Manjula, after our meeting with the neighbors, and again in this meeting, the issue of color has come up quite a bit. Has there been any further discussions with the neighbors in that area? Is there any movement on the color scheme that has been presented to the council?
Mayor, Councilmember Keating. I mean, we talked to the neighbors a little bit about beige, but no one has suggested a new color scheme. I mean, I would suggest, we can work, I mean, the color matches the other buildings in the area. It's not super orange. It doesn't look as orange here. It's generally tan and mustard. If there's a different color, we can work with the staff to try to make it more beige if that's, what the neighbors want. But I don't see any kind of real, I mean, color is subjective. And we were trying to make it blend in with the landscaping and the colors around it. So other than telling me that people don't like certain colors, we have not moved on it. We've spent a lot of time, and just to give you a little background, this is a color scheme that we have worked on in 2 other municipalities in Maricopa County who we've spent a lot of time with, and they picked this color scheme, so we thought this would work here. It's fine if people don't love it, but it is neutral. To Councilmember Chin's point, it's similar, has that similar tan of the other buildings up and down Kyrene, but we're happy to, talk about it. If that's, I mean, if you'd prefer, I don't think a brighter color would make it look better. I think it will stand out more.
No, I don't disagree with that. I asked the question just to see if any additional conversations have been had, and would just ask that those conversations are had, whether the color changes or not. If there is a proposal that the neighbors in that area would like to see different as far as color goes, just that it be considered.
Yeah, I mean, of course.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Adams?
Yes, I have a question. I know that we always try to get out into the neighborhoods and discuss the planning and things of what's coming next to the neighborhood. How many meetings did you have?
We had one neighborhood meeting.
You had one?
Yeah, we had one neighborhood meeting, as they said. We had done some initial outreach, and I've had some individual meetings over the past, we've been working on this, as was mentioned, for about 2 years, over time. And, you know, it's, the reason this lot has been vacant for a long time is the property owner is complicated. So we kind of bring this project. I've talked to a lot of members in this community. I think I mentioned, you know, to some of the youth council, I've mentioned it to other community members who live in South Tempe 2 years ago that were looking at this project. It's something we've been trying to talk about. I mean, we did only have one neighborhood meeting, but I've had many conversations. But, you know.
Well, I think it's important that you've been working on this for 2 years, so it's not just something that just popped up. But I also know that, well, how were you treated at that neighborhood meeting that you had?
Well, I mean, I think I was treated fine, but I think that people, you know, we've had the same kind of conversations we've had today. You know, you know, the height has certainly come up, the use has come up, the color has come up. You know, the single-family homes and the use of that, and grocery stores have come up.
Okay, thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Councilmember Hodge?
Thank you. One, I have a comment and then I have a question, and it's probably for the city of Tempe. My comment is I heard someone say that the school district, Tempe Union, is they have students there. At Compadre right now, there is no students at Compadre. We have just 20 students in the back of the facility that is not really adjoined to Compadre. It's at the back of it. So I want everybody to understand that that is now more office buildings and district people. So there's not kids running in and out in there in the middle of the day. I know there's schools in the neighborhood, but where Compadre is at, there is no kids running in and out of that area at that time. So as a governing board member, I wanted to clear that up. Second, my question is, I know that everybody's talking about the trains and the traffic. I want, is anybody from transportation here?
I see Shelley Seiler coming forward.
Shelley's here to talk about traffic.
Knowing that I have been on the school board for 8 years, and even if we don't have any development, that train is going to continue to go through, and it holds me up at every governing board meeting if you get it at the right time. What I want to know from you is that with this development and the trains, is that going to really increase traffic, or is it just, is going to increase by the fact that we have something there? Just to give a little context, because I'm hearing the word traffic. So I want you to come and give us some clarity on what is going on with the traffic, because knowing that I may not live on that side of town, but I have to come to that side of town all the time. I'm caught all the time by the train, and I don't think that's going to change no matter what the development is there. And I've waited for 45 minutes at it. So I just want your intake on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hodge. Mayor Shelley Seiler, Deputy Transportation and Sustainability Director. First, I wanted to address the trains. When the trains are going through there, we do know that it does increase congestion because everybody is stopped in traffic. We can have conversations with Union Pacific and the Arizona Corporation Commission. Unfortunately, those conversations don't always prove fruitful. As people probably understand, the trains have been here longer than much of the development that is occurring. So we can have those conversations, we just don't have much influence over when and how they operate. As far as the traffic goes, we have looked at the number of trips that the development is going to generate. As Manjula said, it's about 1,500 a day. What we focus on really is the AM and PM peak hour, because those are the times when there's the most congestion. We don't anticipate that this development really is going to change significantly the conditions that we see today. We've looked at the crashes in the area. It does not It doesn't have a number of crashes that are more than what we're seeing in other areas. It's not a high accident location. It's not one of our Vision Zero corridors. So based off of our analysis, we don't have major concerns about the development itself and what it's going to do to the area from a traffic perspective, if that answers your question.
Yes, thank you so much.
Sounds good. Thank you. Vice Mayor Garland?
I was going to say, as a congestion issue or concern or question that Councilmember Hodge had, it's also, as mentioned by somebody that was talking about mitigating risks. The risks, the higher risk is the commercial retail and then the grocery store. The lowest risk for that area would be to change it to this development so that we have 1,500 cars. So that does lower the risk that's already been set up for that. You know, I appreciate, one of the things that I was reading in some of the paperwork that we have in some of the research is that that Kyrene, Guadalupe area can hold 40,000 cars. That's what you projected the use could be for a safe, functioning intersection. That currently it has 26,000 is what we're using that intersection at. I think is what I had in my
I believe that,
notes.
yes, those were the numbers that Manja had presented. Generally, a 2 or a 4-lane facility is going to be able to, at maximum capacity, handle 40,000 vehicles a day. One thing I will say is that we're always looking at our intersections and retiming them to make sure that they're operating at their peak performance as well. This is something we do regularly from a corridor perspective, as well as just at an intersection perspective.
But so just to be clear with this, the numbers that I got was from our staff, not from Angela. So I just want to be clear that Angela's not handing information to our council, that this is stuff that we received from staff. So I just want to make sure that we said that. That's the only question I had for traffic, so thank you.
Great.
I would like to say that when we were going through this, I met with Bill and Melissa and Randy. We did a Zoom meeting and were able to talk through, and I was able to listen to what they have. I just have to say thank you so much for everybody who's come to speak to us on both sides of the concerns and the issue with this, this project. It's really important that we hear from you. We want to hear from you, and it's important for us to be able to make our decisions, to be able to listen to everybody, and we read those emails that you send in, and we listen to the phone calls, and our staff helps us do some research to try to get some answers for people when they have them. We are doing our due diligence to make the best decision, the decision that we think is best for the city of Tempe and for our area. So I just want to say thank you so much for everybody who's taken the time to be able to come up and see us, who had sent us those emails. One of the things that I thought was pretty interesting was that we had the character area presented to us just before this. So I'd read through the character areas in there, and I just have to say that if you go through the character area, and I'm looking on page 40, what am I on? I'm on page 50 of the character book. It talks about the colors being compatible and for the colors to look in that area, the things that you want to be put in to look similar to the things that are going around you. So I sat at the corner at the Circle K for about 50 minutes, because then I hopped over to Mill and Southern to kind of see what that area looked like in comparison. I drove through that neighborhood. I'm looking at this character area book, and the colors that you have are very, except for the IKEA, which is way an outlier, that's that blue and yellow, the colors it seems that you have are very similar to the neighborhoods that I drove through and to the buildings that are there. So I just want to say I appreciate it if you are still willing to listen to residents about if there's something, another color, but if you look at the character of that area, it is very similar. The other thing is, this project we know is not going to solve the housing problem that we had. It's just another part of us being able to get housing into our community. And again, looking back at this character area, when I was reading the character area, it's the first thing it says on, like you guys can all read it too, page 51. It says residents of the area have stated that their preference is to see a more affordable housing as a priority. That's the same thing we have. We have, all of us, have wanted more housing. And if you bring one type of housing in, even if it's market rate housing and the most expensive, it starts adjusting the prices and the ranges of everything else that's in there. So we can start getting more housing for more people. It also says in here, it says the city should follow the strategies and recommendations provided in the affordable housing strategy booklet and that we have. That is what we're doing. That is, again, part of this is bringing in more housing, looking at affordable, or you say attainable market rate housing. Those are the things that we need. It also says that we should be following the guidelines of Hometown for All program that the mayor initiated when he first got on council as mayor. That program is the same thing. We need more housing in our communities. The number C, the thing is on here, is we need to be following and looking at the Tempe Coalition for Affordable Housing, again, directing us that we need to be doing our best to bring in housing in our community. And for me, that has got to be thoughtful housing. And I think looking at this project, walking the project, sitting on that corner, driving through the neighborhood, I think this is a good fit for that area, and I think it is a thoughtful project. So I just want to say I appreciate what the residents have done when they've come in to speak to us. But you know, the fabric of who we are as a community is to be welcoming to everybody and to do our best. Everybody, housing is a human right. We need to be looking at more housing, and we need to do it in a thoughtful area. One more point that I have one question. My understanding is the reason why there are not grocery stores in some areas and some grocery stores are closing is because there are not enough people in those areas to sustain the grocery stores and the retail stores. If we want to get more retail and we want to get a small grocery stores in areas, we need to have people there that are going to go to those areas. That is the problem that we're having. That's why some grocery stores are closing. They don't have enough people there to be able to go in there and spend money and be able to make it work. So I just want to say that. The last thing is, one of the emails that we got, somebody had suggested that Michael Pollock, when they build some of their projects, that they put in trees first. Like if this gets approved tonight, put trees in tomorrow so the trees can start getting built as you are doing all the other things that would need to get done to get this project off the ground. Is that something that you would consider? Because that seems like a good idea, because somebody else was talking about how long it takes to grow trees and canopies.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, let me do the opposite. The problem with this site, and I don't know if we can try to put something on there, but as you know, and we talked about, there's been dirt kind of put over there, right? So the level of that site is very high. And actually, the first thing we're going to do is take it all the way down, right? And so I don't want to put trees that are going to be run over by bobcats and construction equipment, you know. And so I don't know if I would necessarily, if this site was going to be vacant, I would put trees on it. You know, but what we don't want to do is put a bunch of trees that are now going to be torn out. And so that's what I would say to you. But at the same time, you know, what we are doing is, and as you may see from our landscape plan, and I think we talked a little bit about this, we've put in double rows of trees. So we put more trees than are allowed. And I think they start at 8 feet, right? So we didn't even put in, you know, they're not going to start at 3, they're going to start at 8, and they're similar to what I have in my backyard. And they grow to 30 feet pretty quickly. So, you know, we're going to put in a double row of trees. They're going to grow quickly. Is that right? And so I'm just confirming with Dan. I think that's right. But so I think the plan, you know, we will make that place look, you know, we will put trees in. We're going to start as soon as we can. But I think the first thing we have to do is bring the height of the site down. And I think putting in any trees will just kill the tree. And I don't want to necessarily do that.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Good. Okay, Councilmember Chin.
Oh, we have another question.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I'd like to echo what Vice Mayor Garland just said. I'll speak for myself, but my guess is this sentiment is shared by my colleagues. We appreciate the input. We don't want to make decisions in a vacuum, so all of the data points that you all provide are important for us to hear. This is one of those difficult situations and decisions. I don't think I have a question, so if you want to sit down.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know if you had any questions. Thank you.
No, I don't think so. We have to weigh, I have to weigh, I'll speak for myself. I have to weigh the priorities of our community, of the larger community, and housing is absolutely a need, diversity in housing. Many of you pointed out that you would prefer some, hold on, something, technology's not working right now. Some. Okay, I can still talk.
Are we off the air?
Are we okay? Okay. Um, Some of the residents mentioned that they would prefer some other types of housing. True, we need those also. We also need workforce housing. You've heard from employees, from business owners. That's critical right now in this economy. I think he left, but I had a chance to speak with a resident this week. He was kind enough to give me some time and shared with me his perspective. And he was very hesitant and is opposed to this, but it was good to hear from him. And he shared with me, this was interesting. He pointed to, and he's just a mere 7-year resident, right? Compared to a 50-year resident. So he didn't know some of the history of something he brought up. He brought up and pointed to a project in Tempe that he said, we need to do more of those. That's innovative. That's cool. It draws people. And while not the same in scope and not the same type of project, still difficult. And we had a lot of residents and people voicing their hesitancy and opposition. It was at Tempe Town Lake. The Tempe Town Lake is now the second most visited place in Arizona. And it took leaders at that time to understand the needs of the community and listen and help shape that project with resident input, with everyone participating. But we have to look at the community and what we all need for the betterment of more of us than just some of us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So I'll go now. Couple of things. So as my colleague said, I really appreciate the input of everyone who came out to speak about this, whether pro or con, and greatly appreciate you taking the time during 2 public hearings to spend some time with us. When I try to make decisions about how to address these very difficult policy issues, I do look at a few different documents. One, I look at the general plan. We have a recent general plan that was approved by voters this past March. Got approved. 60% of the people who voted for that general plan. And so when I looked at this project, the general plan, as I was taking my notes, allows for up to 45 dwelling units per acre at this site, which means that the project that's being proposed at the site is actually 50% of what could be proposed. So the developer in this situation is actually building something that is much lower than what they could do according to the voter-approved general plan in an effort to try to make sure that they're being responsible and responsive to the concerns of surrounding neighbors. And the point about that is, so buildings that they have here on this site, and I asked staff about this, they're located at least 80 feet from the nearest residential property lines, which is actually more than 8 times greater than what's required by Tempe City Code. So they're not going to be backing up directly to people's homes. There's going to be a lot of distance between this proposed development and the existing neighborhoods that are already there. And I think that once again speaks to the developer being responsive to the concerns of neighbors saying, I don't want people staring into my backyard, or I don't want to feel like my privacy is being encroached upon. I also agree with some of the comments before about saying that there need to be additional single-family home ownership options in this community that are affordable. We've partnered with Habitat for Humanity. We donated, I think, 19 lots to Habitat at one point to build 19 single-family homes. We work with Newtown Community Development Corporation to also build affordable for-sale property in this community through the Tempe Micro Estates project that's right around Apache Boulevard. And we'll continue to work with those organizations and with anyone who can help us build it. But I don't think in this situation, given the fact that you've got two heavily trafficked arterial streets, I don't think that a single-family development works here, or that actually would be safe for the homeowners who live in that area. And we had a very similar challenge when it came to the northwest corner of Rural and Warner that we just approved a couple of weeks ago, because there were many people in that area for years who said, we really would like to do single-family homes right at the corner of this very busy intersection. And I felt the same way there as I do here, that there's a reason why there's going to be a retail center going in at that place, because that was a much more appropriate use for that land than 3 or 4 single-family homes, which I'm concerned people wouldn't really want to live in anyway, because they're backing right up to 2 major arterials. So if you talk about traffic, that's not a kind of home I probably would personally want to live in. The other thing is, when I look at the character area plan, and I know Vice Mayor Garland was going through that as well, on page 25, it actually talks about just a partial list of the public meetings and events from the Southwest Tempe Character Area Plan, and all of these meetings were held in 2024, so they were all held this year. I counted at least 19 to 20 meetings between meetings in the neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods, as well as applicable boards and commissions. So there were at least 19 to 20 meetings to get people's input and feedback about what they felt they needed in this area. And one of the things that was pointed out was enhancing affordable housing. But also, if I go to page 52 of that plan, section E, one of the things it talks about in terms of how to do this is promote housing that is affordable and accessible, and this is specifically for Character Area 6, that is affordable and accessible to a variety of individuals in the area. This should be achieved by promoting and encouraging a wide array of dwelling units that include the missing middle, duplex, triplex, fourplex, townhomes, 3 to 4 story walk-ups, courtyards, live workspaces, smaller multi-unit complexes, and similar types that cover the middle range between single-family homes and large mid to high-rise multi-unit buildings, which I believe is exactly what this building is. It's a 3-story apartment complex. It's not a high-rise. I think that a 20 or 25-story building would be completely inappropriate for this area. But a 3-story building, especially with what some of my other colleagues have talked about, given some of the other apartment complexes that are in the immediate vicinity on Kyrene and Elliott and Grove Parkway, is not out of character with what's already in the existing neighborhood. It actually blends in quite nicely because there are other apartments that are look exactly like this one would. The other thing that I just want to make sure that I can point out very quickly here as well is, I won't belabor this because I talked about this at the previous hearing, but the traffic issues. Yes, absolutely. I mean, a place that is a vacant dirt lot, any use, whether it's homes or commercial or retail, grocery, whatever it happens to be, is definitely going to increase car trips. But when I look at the uses that would be, from my perspective, appropriate at that corner, multifamily is one of the most appropriate uses from a traffic standpoint, because it's going to add fewer car trips than adding a grocery store or adding a retail center. I think all the time about the residents that we've talked to who live right around Southern and Rural, and once again, this is no shade on any of these businesses around here. We love them all. But I mean, if you look, there's a Walmart there on the northwest corner of Rural and Southern, and there's a Fry's on the northeast corner of Rural and Southern. That's been an area where our traffic engineers have had to work very hard to address very high traffic volumes and very high accident volumes due to the fact that you have 2 major commercial centers that are right there directly adjacent to one another. If we went ahead and added, and we wouldn't have the ability, we can't add a grocery, we don't run grocery stores, but when I look at the concerns about traffic, this is the lowest intensity kind of use that I feel would be appropriate at this corner based on proper city planning, and any other use that is commercial in nature is going to greatly increase car trips to a level where I do think we would be surpassing that 40,000 cars a day standard that Ms. Seiler talked about earlier. The last thing, though, that I just want to say is that I will say I was a little concerned, though, with some of the comments that I read, and once again, I definitely understand that everyone's viewpoints are very personally and sincerely held, and I do respect that. But I am concerned about some of the concerns about people renting. And I'm not saying necessarily people who spoke here, but some of the comments that I've read in the paper. You know, when I think about myself, just as an example, and I'll speak for myself, you know, I moved to Tempe 21 years ago. And Vice Mayor Garland talked about being over by Mill and Southern. I moved into an apartment complex when I was 24 years old that looked very much like the one we're talking about this evening. It was sort of a garden-style apartment complex right at Mill and Southern. It's still there. And I had a very sort of, probably what would be considered workforce rent for that time. I lived there for a couple of years, then moved to another apartment complex, and then bought a home that I lived in for 14 years. But that same person who lived in that garden-style apartment complex back in 2003 joined the city council in 2008 and have been fortunate to serve as mayor now in my second term. I'm very deeply invested in the community. And I was a renter when I first moved here. But after a year and a half of being at ASU, getting a graduate degree, and I thought I was initially going to leave after getting a master's to go do a PhD somewhere else, I fell in love with this place and I wanted to be here. And so while living in that apartment, I fell in love with this city, which is what made me go and purchase a townhome that I lived in for that 14 years. So I think that there are a lot of us at some point in our lives, either who have lived in apartments or have kids who've lived in apartments. And I think those people are every bit as part of the community as anyone who owns a home. My grandmother who lived in New York City, who died at the age of 95, who went to church every weekend, who babysat everyone's kids, who was deeply involved in the community, she never owned a home in her entire life. And I can tell you that woman was as much of a part of the community as anyone else who owned a home. Last thing I will say, though, once again on a personal level, I owned that home for 14 years. I sold the home in June of 2020, a month before I actually assumed office here. I chose to rent an apartment in downtown Tempe where I still live to this day. I've lived there for 4.5 years. And the reason why I moved there was not because I had bad credit. It was not because I, I didn't want to be here or wasn't invested in the community. I moved there because I was trying to pay off student loans that I had held from getting 1 degree from the University of Michigan and 1 degree from Arizona State University. And I've been carrying around that student loan debt for over 20 years. And I wanted to find a way, then once I became mayor, to extinguish that so I could get that albatross from around my neck. And the reason why I chose to sell the home, one, was so I could actually live in downtown and be closer to work, and I can walk to work now in about 5 minutes or less, especially if it's not 115 degrees. But the second reason was because I knew that by moving into an apartment as opposed to owning a home at that point in my life, was that all of the maintenance would be taken care of, and I would have more time to focus on actually doing my job on behalf of the nearly 200,000 residents that live in this city, but also because I knew exactly what my costs were going to be each and every month. I wasn't going to have to worry about a hot water heater breaking. I wasn't going to have to worry about a roof needing to be replaced. In 2018, in the home that I owned, I had a slab leak under the concrete back in 2018 that required me to completely redo the bottom floor. And once they did, they also found asbestos in my home because it was built in 1964, when that's how they built homes. And I had to live with my dad in Ahwatukee for a month. So, I mean, once again, it got fixed. But the reality was those were costs that I didn't expect and was not able to plan for. And it put a tremendous financial hardship on me at that time in my life. But I knew that by renting for this period of time in my life, I would have the ability to know exactly what I was going to pay every month. And in less than 2 years, I paid off all of my student loans, which I will tell you right now were $78,000. Because I knew what my costs would be, and I was able to appropriately budget, and I knew I would never have to spend a penny more than what I was actually spending in rent. So for me, it was not a circumstance, renting was a choice. And so I want to make sure that, to make that very clear, I tell these personal stories to say, I have lived this experience personally, and I'm not saying, this doesn't apply to everyone, but I want to make sure that we are talking about homeowners and renters in the same category. We all love Tempe, we all want to be here, we all want our community to progress and be better, but we have to make sure to understand that renters are not transients, renters are people like each and every one of us, and I think they deserve the same level of respect as people who happen to own a single-family home. So with that, I will yield. Councilmember Hodge.
Thank you so much. I do want to echo all my colleagues today and say thank you for all the input and information that we got today. You know, Mayor Woods kind of stole exactly what I was going to say too. As I was going to tell it's similar to my story is that you don't know what you're going to get until you get it. Like, let me explain that to you. I'm sitting here right now, but I started off on Section 8. If people didn't allow me to rent, I couldn't afford to take care of my sons. And when you say, when we hear that renters are not, good stewards or they're going to be transients, that's not. I lived in the house that I was on Section 8 for 12 years. In that time, I raised my sons. I finished school. I got a better job. I pay taxes. And I became a part of the community. No one knew that. But it's only fair, we can't say only certain areas or my neighborhood isn't good, because where's that leave? When we have people who come to us when they were talking about housing, that we were a shortage, people were saying, I can't have people, we had people say, we don't want Section 8 people, or we don't want renters there. Where are they supposed to go? I understand that that you have your home, because I have my home. I've been in my home for almost 15 years, and I love my home. But my next door neighbor, she's on Section 8, and she lives in a house right next to me. I just want people to understand that everybody deserves a chance in life. And it should not matter if you live in North or South, East or West Tempe, you're a part of Tempe. So, and it hurts when we hear, oh my God, they're a renter, they're transient, they're gonna bring down the property values. That's not, you think about that. I'm standing here today, and I didn't bring down my property values. And I'm gonna continue to fight for every single person, whether you rent, own, walk through, run through the city of Tempe. So I just want to say that, that it does matter. It matters what we have. We need all types of housing in Tempe. You're right, it's not going to fix the housing crisis, but it's a tool in our toolbox to continue on. We have to continue to build on. We're going to have houses we're going to rent, we're going to have houses we're going to buy. We're landlocked. There's not going to be a lot of single houses we can buy, we can make, and we can build in the city of Tempe, but we still continue to grow. So with that, Mayor, is it time for us to make the vote? I would like to make the motion for the project.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Hodge, seconded by Councilmember Adams. Councilmember Amberg?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Kind of stinks going last because everybody kind of stole all of my thunder, all of my notes that I wrote like an hour and a half ago. I do want to thank everybody that came out today, not just that, but everybody that emailed. I want to give a special shout out to Randy Sakala, who actually met with me in person. He wanted to do a Zoom, and I'm not that kind of person. I actually like meeting with folks in person. And, I got to tease him because he was emailing us at 3 o'clock in the morning, which I found incredible, and also incredible that I was actually up at 3 o'clock in the morning reading the emails as well, because I couldn't sleep. So I'm a mom. I've got 4 kids. All 4 of my kids have gone through public school. I live in South Tempe. I actually moved down there in '98, so I'm very familiar with this corner. My 2 daughters played lacrosse. I cannot tell you the number of lacrosse practices and the number of lacrosse games that I've been to at Benedict Sports Complex. Been late to a few of those because of that train. I totally understand that. All of my holiday decorations are in that storage facility that are just below the worst McDonald's apparently in Tempe. I've never gone there, so I don't know. So I'm very familiar with this corner, but I will tell you that my kids, they went to Wagner Elementary School. One of their favorite teachers, Miss Gary, I don't know if anybody else remembers Amanda Gary, Miss Gary, she had to live with her parents. She lived with her parents for the 6 years that she was teaching at Wagner because she couldn't afford to live here, but she'd actually gone to Wagner, and it had always been her dream to come back after she got her degree and to work there. And the only way to do that was to be able to live with her parents, because we just didn't have the housing down in South Tempe that would afford her to be able to work and live close to where she was at. You know, again, I know a lot of people have said this, you know, one project is not going to solve affordable housing. It's not going to solve it in Tempe. It's not going to solve it in Maricopa County, in Arizona, anywhere in the United States. But this is just one step. And if we start saying no to each one of these steps, we are never going to get to where we need to be as a community. Again, this is one tool. If you look at our agenda, we are actually going to be listening to some about some ordinances in Tempe where we're going to be voting on ADUs, which is also going to, again, just one more tool in our toolbox in order to try to solve this problem. You know, being up here kind of stinks. This is one of those times where it does, and I, you know, question why I went through everything that I did to come up here to get elected. But, you know, it's a balance. It's a balance between one community and the community as a whole. And there are just certain topics and certain, I don't know the word I'm looking for, but that just kind of supersede individual needs. And I really honestly think that this is one of those. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions?
No, no, Mr. Mayor, but I need to clarify my motion to adopt the zoning map amendment project as item 8C2.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so it's been moved by Councilmember Hodge. Do I have a second? Seconded, Councilmember Adams. Any further comments or questions on this item? All right, hearing none, please vote.
Yes.
Aye.
And that item passes 7-0. All right, I'm going to go back here to item 8A2, which is to approve the request to modify a development plan review for a new 27-story mixed-use development with 306 units for Sky Tempe, located at 780 South Myrtle Avenue. The applicant is Snell and Wilmer, LLP. Let's see, do we have a presentation? Mr. Wood, good evening.
A little stiff, I'm sitting there. Mayor, members of the council, Nick Woods, Snell and Wilmer, 1 East Washington Street, Phoenix, and I represent the Hubbard Group. Tonight is just an amendment, again, to a development plan review. We were here a little bit more than a year ago with both a zoning change as well as a development plan review. And at that time, the number of units and the design was really a function of a market analysis that was done by my client in late 2021 when they first started looking at the project. And of course, in late 2021, we were just coming out of the COVID effects. And of course, the market has evolved quite dramatically. So today, fast forward to today, several years later, and we're looking again at the market and talking to the capital markets, both debt and equity. Obviously, we took another look at the market. So the market now is telling us that we need to make a few changes with respect to the number of units and the type of units. And of course, by changing the unit mix and the type of units, it changes a little bit of the dimensions and the geometry within the building itself. So this is a site, as you know, I think all but one of you was here when we did the project more than a year ago. It's at the northwest corner of the intersection of Myrtle Avenue and University. As you can see here more closely, we're right across the street from Mirabella and Omni to the south. We're next to 116 East University. We're catty corner from the West End and the Olive and Union. So this is the site with this type of product. This is the condition of the site right now. The client, if this is approved tonight, will start construction in the second quarter of 2025. The previous unit mix, we had 51 studios. We're now proposing 108 studios. What the market is telling us is, again, the demand, and my client is a not a student housing developer. They have high-rises all over the country. We have one already in the valley, which is in downtown Phoenix, that has been open now for well over a year and doing very well. And they have two types of studios. They have the conventional studio, and then they have a studio with like an extra room, although it doesn't have a dividing wall and a door, but it's still something that they can actually put a bed in. So we're increasing the number of studios from 51 to 108, got rid of the one bedrooms. The market is telling us that the one bedroom is not that popular. However, the demand for two bedrooms has increased quite dramatically. Yeah, again, we're looking at young professionals. The idea is a very high-end product for young professionals, and the idea of having an extra bedroom has become much more demanding. And then we're actually going to have 54 three-bedrooms. There's been a transition. You know, I've been doing this for almost 45 years, and all the high-rises that I've done, you know, throughout the valley, especially in downtown Phoenix and here, I've always been waiting to see when maybe some families would start living in high-rises. And we're beginning to see some of that. So the idea is we're actually increasing the unit count by 25 units, which is not significant. We're still parking it within the city's code requirements. So we're required to have 249 parking spaces, and we're going to provide 251. So by changing the unit mix and the types of units, it's made some changes to the floor plans, and as a result, it made some changes to the exterior of the building. As you can see, they're not dramatic changes. Basically, on the left, you can see that there was kind of double balconies on the one side, and then, of course, now we have it single. I think actually the architecture looks even a little bit better now with these changes. Same thing here in this other elevation. We had doubles together, and now we've split them. And even on the north side, north exposure, we've actually now added some windows into the area and some balconies on the other side. So essentially, it's the same, you know, streets type condition, which is really, again, high-end with all the commercial that we have. So that hasn't changed. The same thing with the trees and the landscaping along the street. We've worked very closely with staff, as usual. They've been very helpful in helping us get this done. There's a number of stipulations that are being proposed. We're fine with each one of those. In addition, the client is going to include your the building code implementation for LEED certification, including stormwater management, light pollution reduction, mitigation of transportation impacts, bicycle parking, providing minimum spaces, building water use reduction, irrigation system design, Energy Star appliances, smart meter installation, material emissions, and things like that. So that's also part of this project. So I know it's late, so I try to keep it short. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Really appreciate it. Councilmember Adams?
Yes, I think it's great that you added some more units, and I think it's a beautiful project, and we need more marketplace housing down here, and this really fills the bill. So I'm excited about the project, and I just think it's very well put together. So thank you for bringing this excellent proposal forward for us.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank
A
you.
motion to approve.
Quick thing, actually, can I interrupt for 1 second, actually? So this is actually not a public hearing item. I did get 2 cards on this item, though, and want to see, because this is sort of a different circumstance where something was before us and it had 2 public hearings previously, and I've got 2, and I want to make sure that people do have an opportunity to speak from a transparency standpoint. So I'm just going to go ahead and call these cards really quickly, then Mr. Wood, I can bring you back up. The first card I have this evening is from Nolan Williams. Please come forward, state your name and city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Nolan Williams again. I would just like to say that I think all of that looks great. I think it would be great if the city had a process where changes like these could be done administratively without being brought before council. I think we all saw how long council went tonight, and you guys are getting a very busy schedule, and the busyness of your schedule when dealing with housing items is causes a material impact on how much housing can be built in the city. And so I would like it if, I think this is a great thing. It seems like they made great changes. And I would like it if changes like this in the future, the city adopted more ways of doing things administratively rather than going through the city council process and getting full city council approval. Thank you.
Thank you. The only other card I have is from Samuel Thiel. Okay. All right, thank you very much. All right, is there anyone else then wishing to speak on this item? If so, please get my attention. Okay, I will close the public testimony portion of the public hearing, and I'll go back to comments from council members. Councilmember Chin?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wood, I have some questions. Thank you. I wanted to confirm a few numbers with you, if that's all right. And I don't know if you want to bring up that slide with the previous numbers, bedrooms, units, and the current. Yep, thank you. So to confirm, you're increasing the number of units by 25-ish,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. Then the bedrooms, you're increasing by 216? Did I do the math right?
That's correct.
Roughly. How about this? I'll say roughly. That way you and I don't have to be held to the math on that. And you're increasing those, but you're decreasing the number of parking spaces by 20.
That's correct.
Okay. And your target audience for this development are young professionals, high-end, it's a market rate building. Okay. Previously, my concerns remain. So I'm going to ask you, we'll revisit it a little bit.
Sure.
My concerns were not with density. We have created an area within Tempe where that density can exist. So let me be clear on that. My concerns were the traffic and the parking available that would now then spill over into the area that would impact the businesses and the other residents. So, and also because that audience, your target audience for residents, is also the a similar audience that uses widely Grubhub, right? All the delivery services for food, and are, and this is a good thing, but they use the shared ride systems that are widely available now. My concerns, if you will recall, is the very narrow alleyway to the north of this building that that you were depending on for deliveries and, okay. And there was no or one spot for shared ride pickup and deliveries to stop to meet with the residents to exchange or for them to deliver. Myrtle is a 2-lane road, and that was also my concern. In addition to the parking, the traffic and the effect on the neighboring area. Have you adjusted any more of that with these changes?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Chin. We had a long discussion about that the last time, and I know that was your concern. We talked about it some more. And again, I'm not an expert in, all I know is I have my car and I use it all the time. And my wife and I live in Optima Camel View, it's a condo in downtown Scottsdale, and we have deliveries all the time. What happens in downtowns, right, and it's happening everywhere, like in the city of Phoenix, for example, they have recently altered their parking demands and actually lowered them because, again, in especially downtown areas where you only require 1 parking space per dwelling unit, and you have units that are 2 and 3 bedrooms each. And it's the same thing with ride pickup. We can provide space in the back, but people are going to be picked up and dropped off right there along the street, and there's parking along the street. But at the end of the day, I mean, we have a lot of a certain size. We have a project where the zoning has been approved for the height and everything else that we have. All we can do is the best we can do with what we have to work with. So I appreciate your concerns. This is a client that manages high-rises in downtowns all over, and when you spend 150 to $200 million, you don't want unhappy tenants. So they do a good job at managing it. I guess that's the only response I can share with you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other, Vice Mayor Garland?
Just along the same lines that Councilmember Chin was saying, is I thought I read in the paperwork that this is also the area where drop-offs will be is actually smaller now because of some of the changes that had to be made, that in the alleyway where things will be, I think it's a garbage truck or something else like that, that area is now has shrunk.
No, actually, Mayor, Vice Mayor, it's actually larger.
It's larger in that alley,
Yeah,
for that support.
it actually allowed us to make it larger.
That was like 4 feet, I think, is what I saw. I'm just curious.
Just a quick question, Mr. Wood, on my end as well. I know we briefly talked, and you talked about how you felt that the parking plan at this point was actually stronger than the previous parking plan you had before us because of the elimination of tandem parking. I'm just curious to kind of get like more of an explanation about why you think this revised plan is better than the original one.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. Because of the geometry that we had and the location of columns and other things, we had a number of tandem spaces, which are not very efficient, and we had a number of compact spaces. Now all of our spaces are conventional size.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Any further comments or questions? Okay, so there's been a motion by Councilmember Adams.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Hodge. Okay, hold on a second here. Any further comments or questions? All right, with that, please vote.
Yes.
Okay, and that item passes 5-2 with Vice Mayor Garland and Councilmember Chin voting no. Okay, next up, we'll go to item 5A3, which is to approve the actually, no, excuse me. Why did I say 5? You're right. Oh my God, it's late. Thank you, Councilmember Chin. Actually, what I need to do though is I know we have one more speaker for another item here. And I want to make sure that we get to that. So I apologize for jumping around again. But let me go to item 8B1, which is only an introduction and first hearing. But that's to introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance for a code text amendment within the Tempe Zoning and Development Code, Section 3-402, accessory dwellings, and other related sections to implement mandates enacted by the legislature of the state of Arizona for ADU amendments. The applicant is the city of Tempe. Good evening, Ryan.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. We'll be going over the presentation for accessory dwelling units, draft ordinance. Hang on a second, let me reopen the. Showing up on my screen, but it's not transmitting. Okay. So, good evening. We'll be going over the accessory dwelling unit ordinance provisions, the objective, the overview of the public input and research received on this process, and the draft ADU language, as well as the timeline to finish out the process. The objectives are based on our requirements to meet House Bill 2720, which mandated a requirement for regulations for ADU by January 1st of 2025. This also provides us options for greater affordability in housing option types, extra income opportunities for homeowners, and to be able to facilitate multi-generational living. These accessory dwelling unit ordinance amendments closely align to our city council priorities related to feeling invited to participate in the city decision process, quality of life with ending homelessness, age-friendly community design, and as well as achieving housing inventory ratio. So we started this public input process back in the fall of 2023 and ended in May. We actually had 2 different sessions where we reported back to City Council on this topic of ADUs. Back in October 16th, we had well-attended meetings with the public library. We had Zoom meetings. We had a survey online with over 200 responses. And we met with Neighborhood Advisory Commission, City Council, and a breakfast with Burdetta. It was very well-attended, 123 attendees. And then we had a second round after we reported back to City Council. Council wanted us to do some additional outreach, additional research, and gather that feedback, while also noting that during this process, there was review from the state legislature of a draft proposal to mandate ADUs. We had more meetings. We had a longer survey process that had well over 600 responses, tripled the initial survey. Again, meetings in 3 different areas, both North Tempe, Central Tempe, and South Tempe. And again, for their feedback from our Neighborhood Advisory Commission, which was very keen on this subject matter. All that with then wrapping up, held presentations with various different boards and commissions, Development Review Commission, Transportation, Historic Preservation, Sustainability Resilience Commission, Broadmoor Neighborhood, and then our Mayor's Youth Advisory Commission. As well as part of that research and process, we also were asked to look at and develop and refine a process that would allow us to look at pre-approved plans or pre-reviewed plans. We did research from other cities and municipalities, which are doing a very similar process that we're interested in doing as well, as creating a list or library of pre-approved plans that can range in a variety of improved lower costs in a way to expedite the process. So the plan is to get pre-approvals for this building code process, and then just requires the applicants to submit a site plan identifying their setback requirements for the process. We are currently conducting some additional research and forming a committee that will allow us to develop then an RFP process and create a competitive process to get those pre-approved plans. We're also meeting with the Sustainability Commission to get some feedback directly on what type of sustainability elements that we will have as part of those ADU plans. So we look forward to sharing more information on that topic in the coming months. Now the draft ADU ordinance. As a result of what happened for the adoption of House Bill 2720, which requires municipalities 75,000 or more to adopt ADU regulations, we do have currently ADU regulations, which are a smaller version that allow it in multifamily areas. Some of the requirements now that were required by state law that basically can no longer be debated by the public process. We are limited in identifying the ADU size. We are restricted on parking regulations. Restrictions on short-term rentals was addressed in the House bill. And then there was a lot of questions from the community members about what's the impact on HOAs. And specifically, I do want to address the HOA question because that has come up a lot in the community meetings. The state law adopted does not impact neighborhoods with CC&Rs, which can be more restricted or even limit the use of ADUs. So it's important to recognize, although the House bill limited municipalities from doing design review or aspects or requirements for city review process, an HOA or HOA with CC&Rs that might have a design review process still applies in that situation, or whether ADUs are outright restricted. So it's important that neighbors please check with your HOAs, find out what your regulations say. If it has no information on it, then ADUs could be allowed within your HOAs, or your board could potentially adopt regulations that might restrict the use of ADUs or the number of ADUs on a property. The state requirements also include in the draft ordinance, we're allowed to have 1 attached and 1 detached ADUs where single-family dwellings are permitted use. So that's 2 ADUs. We must also allow 1 additional ADU on lots 1 acre or more as a restricted affordable unit. So this 3rd unit then will give the city the ability to then require 1 of those 3 ADU units to be restricted affordable unit. And that's restriction in place allows an earning of no more than 80% or less of AMI in the area. So this is something that the property owner agrees to. They have to provide household or renters that meet that criteria, and also provide it at a rent that it is at a market rate of 80% of AMI. Also, we must allow up to 1,000 square feet of an ADU size or 75% of the gross floor area of the main residence, whichever is less. For lots 1 acre or more in size, we do propose to have additional allowance for size of up to 2,000 square feet and not more than 75% of the residence. This is the offset of considering what guest quarters were allowed for in parts of the areas of the cities where you might have much larger homes that had guest quarter provisions in the past. And now we've incorporated the guest quarter provisions with this ADU. So down here below in the corner, you have a little illustration just as an example of what an attached ADU looks like and what a detached ADU is on the site. You can have both, and then there's a third ADU on the property site. Specifically as it relates to 1 acre lots in Tempe, there's a total of 233 parcels, 16 in the northern portion of Tempe and 217 parcels in the South Tempe portion. Primarily, most of those neighborhoods are within HOAs that have CC&R regulations, so it's important to find out if you're allowed to have ADUs in those areas. Other restrictions required by the state, we cannot require evaluating familial status for pre-existing relationships between occupants. That means we're not looking at the familial status. It can be renters, they can be separate family members living on there. They don't have to be related to the primary residence. We cannot require additional parking or require any fees to waive any additional parking requirements. We can't require the ADU to match the exterior design, roof pitch, or materials of the single-family dwelling, and we can't require improvements outside of the property, such as public street improvements that might result in the ADU being proposed for the site. We're limited on setting restrictions for those single-family dwellings regarding height, setbacks, lot size, coverage, or building frontage. So basically, we're looking to match most of those development setbacks that we had originally proposed in the process. But what specifically the state also did a step further is said that we cannot require setbacks any greater than 5 feet from the side rear or side setbacks for the property. That means in some areas where you might have, say, for example, a rear setback of 15, that setback now is 5 feet from that rear property. City can't require CC&R restrictions on the ADUs, and we cannot prohibit the use of an ADU as a short-term rental. This is another topic that had come up from the public of not wanting to see ADUs used as short-term rentals. Although the state did provide an option in the state legislation talking about the cities having the ability to require on-site owner occupancy when proposing ADU for short-term rental. This occupancy requirement is not applicable to properties with current ADU regulations, so the current properties that have multifamily, and that exemption would continue for a 3-year period. We do have a proposed separate ordinance that identifies this proposed ordinance provision that would require on-site residency for ADUs being used as short-term rentals. We also looked at modifying ADUs that are in multifamily districts, ensuring that they conform to the maximum allowable livable area. Otherwise, the property is subject to the multifamily development standards. If an ADU removes a required parking space for the main residence, there still is a requirement to provide those parking spaces back in another location. So an example might be if you convert a garage to an ADU unit and they need now to provide those main residents parking in another location, it may trigger a use permit process to allow them to park in the front yard setback. A pretty common occurrence that happens when properties want to expand their livable space area there. We limit the units to no more than 3 bedrooms in the 1,000 square foot ADU size. There's a requirement for unique addresses. So you'll see in there, we'll identify, for example, an A or B, whether or not the ADU unit needs to be addressed. And this is important so that we can provide appropriate and quick responses to our community that we need to provide public service to. Call for emergency or someone's in need of service. We need to be able to respond to that property as soon as possible. We do require residential connections to sewer, water, and utility services in conformance to city standards. We also make sure that the ADU provides its own sleeping, sanitation facilities, and includes cooking facilities. We are allowing alternative construction types as well, which is new for Tempe. We're allowing, subject to meeting those applicable building codes. So you may see an opportunity for prefabricated or pre-built homes that are allowed to be placed on the site, as long as it's on a permanent foundation and complies with Tempe building codes, it'll be allowed. We are also repealing the guest quarters provision sections and allowing the guest quarters within the ADU regulations. Previously, it was limited to properties only up to 10,000 square feet. Now, anyone that has the provisions allowed for ADUs can also have guest quarters, regardless of your size of your property. So the existing guest quarters on properties may remain. They would just be considered non-conforming use for the development. If they want to, they can take the guest quarters and convert it to an ADU, subject to the regulations adopted for the ADU code. And this would also give us the ability to then terminate that rental covenant that was required, that said in the past that you couldn't rent your guest quarters. So there's an option to basically convert the ADU to the standards when the unit is proposed for rental. We've got more information online with all this input, drafts of the public hearing online, so the public is welcome to look at those copies. We have here our first council hearing, October 1st. We'll be coming back to you on November 21st for a final hearing, and then this ordinance would be in effect, be able to start receiving permits by December 21st of this year. I'd like to thank the team here involved with this process and ask if council has any questions at this time.
Sounds good. Let me do this really quickly here. This is a public hearing item, so I have one person wishing to speak. Then I'm going to turn to council comments right after that. So let me call up the one person here. It's Nolan Williams. I'm sorry. Welcome back. Please state your name and place of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you again, Nolan Williams, Tempe, Daly Park. I think Tempe is handling this really, really well. If we look at Scottsdale, they're squirming. They're doing everything in their power to not allow new people to live in their communities. If we look at some of the cities, I emailed a bunch of the cities and asked, what are you doing with ADUs? Some of them were like, we're not going to do anything. Or we don't like this. We're looking at all of our available options to make this not happen. Tempe is looking forward and providing, they're doing the Tucson plan, a better version of what the Tucson plan is, which is doing pre-approved designs. That's phenomenal. Right? Tempe is looking at a lot of stuff that is going to make it really easy for people to build new homes on top of existing homes, either to get rental income, to supplement their lives and their retirements, or to be available for when they need extra room for their family, or to build for family and then rent later. Whatever it is people need, Tempe is going to make it a lot easier for them. One thing I would like to caution and one thing I would like to suggest is the parking rule with the garages. I think building a garage ADUs is going to be very common. There are a lot of neighborhoods in Tempe that have carports that will be turned into ADUs. I live in a room that used to be a carport that was turned into a bedroom, right? Which would be a great standalone ADU if they built a wall on the inside and gave me a kitchen. But I expect that people are going to want to do a lot of garages, and I think the city wants to see a flood of new, affordable, naturally affordable ADU rental homes. I think the city, you guys probably do not want to get a flood of use permits about garages and parking. And I would suggest that I think currently the system that we have right now is that if someone is converting a garage to anything, they're losing what is considered a parking spot, even if they have a driveway. And I think if somebody has a driveway up to a parking lot, it should be considered automatically parking for the width of those 2 cars. Because people usually don't park 2 cars in a 2-car garage and then 2 cars blocking them in front of it. I know that's not super common. It's logistically difficult for the people that live there. So my suggestion is that if someone is, maybe we add to the ordinance or we make a new ordinance that says if someone is converting their garage to a bedroom or to an office or to an ADU and they have a driveway up to that garage, that it is administratively or by right, that just becomes a new parking spot. But other than that, I think Tempe is doing a phenomenal job, especially compared to the other cities. And I'm very, very happy with how things are going. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. This is a public hearing item. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to address us on item 8B1? If so, please get my attention. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Let me go Councilmember Hodge, then Councilmember Adams.
Thank you. Ryan, I just have to ask you one quick question. When we were talking about when you get to the third ADU dwelling, and you say that it has to be 80% affordable, is that including if they're family, if they're renting to their family, and how do we conclude that that's going to actually happen?
Sure. Mayor, council member, not Keating, council member Hodge. Yes, so the third unit for 1 acre size lots, if they want to add a third unit, then they'll have to identify one of the three ADUs to be income rental restricted by the 80% AMI. So that's both providing a rent at the affordability rate of 80% AMI and then having a renter who qualifies for that range. So we will be requiring forms, applications process that requires them to identify income eligibility, as long as that person could be a family member, but it has to be someone that meets that income age, that income eligibility of dedicating 30% of their income for that rent for that unit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Adams?
Yes, I know that we have about 400 homes with septic systems in the, I might want you to stay up here, Ryan. So we have about 400 homes with septic systems. I'm wondering, would they be required to go into the septics or to do street sewers?
Yeah, good questions. The residents will have options. One of the options is they could do direct connections into the city's sewer and water system. Another option, which might be a more affordable option, is to have a secondary connection from the main residence to the ADU. You could even monitor how much usage is coming from each, whether it's the main residence or the ADU, or just connect it all together without having a sublet. But then you're just saying you're going to incur those costs or those charges for just the property owner, and then they're just going to have a base rate for the unit, not able to identify how much, say for example, how much water usage or sewer usage each ADU property is providing.
Okay, thank you.
So they will have options.
Okay, appreciate it.
Councilmember Amber?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ryan, so I know you can't see it up there, but I'm still looking at your presentation, and the one on the left, the prefab one on the left, question for you. It is a flat roof, and I know that it's going to be now, could possibly be 5 feet away from the back fence of their back neighbor. Is there a way that we would be able to prevent folks from trying to add a sun deck or a roof, you know, where people can go up and hang out on that roof and actually look straight down into their backyard neighbors? I mean, I wasn't sure what what the state law was, and like would we be able to restrict something like that?
So yeah, good question. So as long as the original property at least was a single-family, single-story property, we still do have the use permit requirement in play for second-story additions. So if this ADU was proposing a deck or some second level, there would be a use permit or public hearing process to evaluate that type of request. So it wouldn't be something that would be allowed by right, but it would have to go through an evaluative process through a public hearing.
Okay, just to be clear, so that is for a single story. What if it is an ADU that's being built on the original house is 2 stories?
Okay, then the second story provisions or use permit provisions do not apply to the property because the neighborhood or the property itself is then now already granted allowances of having second story dwellings or on the property.
So if a 2-story residence then built this ADU, and I'm looking at the flat roof one again, and they decided just to put a railing on all 4 sides, and it's now a party zone up there, that they wouldn't have to come to the city to get a use permit for that, is what you're saying?
Not necessarily, no, but I haven't seen any designs, especially with the units of this small magnitude, that would even allow maybe the capacity on a wall ceiling design like that. But let us take a look at that to make sure that we're not having that negative type of impact. Because typically, the accessory dwelling unit is going to be smaller in size, and so you're not really going to desire to have that type of capacity on top of a roof that might be low pitched or Yeah. But it's certainly, yeah, something that we need to take into consideration for those situations.
Vice Mayor Garland, then Councilmember Hodge.
I like the pre-approved plans. I like that when we first started talking about that, how the other cities were doing that. The other thing that they also did was find ways to make sure that this was streamlined so that they didn't have to go through the normal permitting process that took a really long time. So is that something we are also looking at doing?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Either we're going to have permit-ready plans or the combination of pre-reviewed plans. So an
Okay.
opportunity, obviously, to save time, which is money, and also be able to lower costs if we have some plans that they can select from a vendor. We plan to go through a competitive process, get some committee selection, and we want to see some of those product types also have sustainability elements in them.
That's great. Okay, wonderful, thank you. So the HOA restrictions, if an HOA in their CCNRs has restrictions, like my neighborhood has restrictions, but if a neighborhood had an HOA and they didn't have a specific restrictions regarding ADUs, if they rewrote theirs today or January 1st, would they be able to, allowed to do that? Or since if we approve this by December, or it goes into action in December, anything written after that or changed doesn't affect it?
Yeah, correct. I mean, so you could say, for example, today an HOA that didn't have any restrictions on ADUs might allow them today, but certainly could restrict them in the future if the HOA board amended their CCNRs that provided those specific regulations.
Okay, just curious. And then the neighborhoods who have, I know that we have neighborhoods in the city of Tempe that has parking stickers. Is that a certain amount of parking stickers that they get for their property, and how would that work with this?
That's a big topic that's come up, and I know transportation is looking closely at that.
Okay.
You know, there's concern for not inundating our properties that have single family that do have a sticker program. So I don't know if Shelley has any updates on whether or not ADUs will have the allowance for stickers, but that's something that they're certainly closely looking at this
Okay,
time.
thank you.
And here comes Shelley.
Come Shelley.
Topics come up.
I know it does. Thank you for the question. Shelley Seiler, Deputy Transportation and Sustainability Director. One of the people who was actually going to speak tonight was going to speak on RPP. We've had discussions about reevaluating the program, and so we'll likely be coming back to you with exactly what we're going to do, but we know we need to reevaluate. Things are changing, especially with ADUs and then just increase in development. So we will be back.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you. Councilmember Hodge?
Okay, my question's for you, Ryan. With the new ADU, will that be, can housing vouchers that we give out in the city, can that be used for the ADU, or is that separate?
Yes, yes, they can, certainly can.
Okay, sounds good. All right, any further questions for Ryan? All right, seeing none, I just want to note too, once again, this is only the first public hearing of this item. The second and final public hearing of this item is scheduled for November 21st, 2024. Wonderful, thank you so much. I'm not doing it. No. Oh my God, look here, let me go to item 8A3 here. We're gonna go back. So we'll get through this very quickly here. So approve the utilization of one-year State of Arizona contracts with Teltech Networks Incorporated and Corporate Technology Solutions LLC for data and telecommunications cabling, fiber optic installation, and repair services in city buildings and streets in alignment with the capital improvement plans for traffic, sewer, and water projects. Council members, are there any comments or discussion? Okay, it's been moved by Vice Mayor Garland.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
And that item passes 7-0. The next item under the section is 8A4, which is to approve an increase to the contract amount with 54 qualified trade service contractors to provide building repair and maintenance services.
Motion to approve.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Adams. Seconded by Councilmember Chin. Please vote.
Aye.
Yes.
And that item also passes 7-0. The next item under the section is 8A5, which is to award 9-month contracts with 5 one-year renewal options to Allied Universal Services, Team Security, and Wyndham Security Strategies Today, LLC, for armed and unarmed security officer services at various city locations. It's been moved by Vice Mayor Garland, seconded by Councilmember Chin. Please vote.
Aye.
Yes.
And that item passes 7-0. The next item under the section is 8A6, which is to adopt a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign operations funding agreement number 17 with Valley Metro Rail Incorporated for the purchase and supply of light rail and streetcar transit services.
Motion to approve.
It's been moved by Councilmember Adams, seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Please vote.
Aye.
Yes.
And that item passes 7-0. The last item under the section is 8A7, which is to award job order number 24 to PCL Construction Incorporated for project number 320-20119B1, transmission main pipe repair located at US 60 and Rural Road. Council members, any comments or discussion?
So moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hodge,
Second.
seconded by Councilmember Adams by a hair. Please vote.
Aye.
Yes.
And that item also passes 7-0. Once again, the next section on the non-consent agenda is ordinances and items for introduction and first hearing. The items under the section will be read and introduced tonight, but no substantive votes will be taken. The second hearings and votes are scheduled for November 21st, 2024. We've already done 8B1, which brings us to item 8B2, which is to introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 16A, License and Business Regulations, Article 10, Short-Term Rentals and Vacation Rentals, related to owner residency regulations for accessory dwelling units.
Motion to approve.
There's no vote action on this one,
sorry.
so withdraw that one. Okay.
I'll withdraw that.
All right, thank you very much. This also is a public hearing item. Is there any public testimony? If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing none, I will close that portion of the public hearing. Council members, any comments or discussion? All right, seeing none, the second and final public hearing on this item is scheduled for November 21st, 2024. The last item under the section is 8B3, which is to introduce and hold the first public hearing to adopt an ordinance authorizing the abandonment of a public sewer line easement located on the north side of Apache Boulevard and east of Price Road, 2320 East Apache Boulevard, which is La Victoria. This is also a public hearing item. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to give public testimony? If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing none, I will close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Council members, any comments or discussion? Seeing none, the second and final public hearing on this item is scheduled for November 21st, 2024. All right, next section on the non-consent agenda are ordinances and items scheduled for second hearing and final adoption. So votes on these items will be taken tonight. The first item under the section is 8C1, which is to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance for a zoning map amendment from CSS and R4 to MU4, a planned area development overlay to establish development standards, and a development plan review for a new 8-story mixed-use development consisting of 277 dwelling units within 578,773 square feet of building area on 3.81 acres for Vail student housing located at 921 East Apache Boulevard. The applicant is Snell and Wilmer, LLC, and that is Mr. Wood. Good to see you again.
Mayor, members of the council, Nick Wood, Snell and Wilmer, 1 East Washington Street, and I represent Gilbane. I gave a fairly comprehensive presentation last time, and it's really late. So one thing I did want to respond to is Councilmember Amberg asked me about if there's a way to do some water collection, basically stormwater collection. We decided to put some permeable pavers and other things in here. So as you can see in the blue, these are all areas that are permeable. Some of them are hardscaped, as you can see where the entry is into the garage and with the areas down at the grade level. So all of those will be permeable pavers, and then of course everything around it. And that was in response to your request. And with that, Mayor, I'll not do a presentation and request support. We're fine with the Planning Department's proposed stipulation. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Actually, we got a public hearing before that, so.
Sorry.
So This is a public hearing item. Is there any public testimony? If so, please get my attention. All right, seeing none, I will close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Council members, any comments or discussion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember
Second.
Adams and seconded by Councilmember Hodge. Any further comments or debate? All right, seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
And that item passes unanimously, 7-0. 8C2, of course, was already completed this evening. So we go to 8C3, which is to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance repealing Section 19-13, driver's files to be maintained from Article 2, Traffic Administration and Enforcement, Chapter 19, Motor Vehicles and Multimodal Traffic of the Tempe City Code. This is also a public hearing item. If there's any public testimony, can people please get my attention? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Council members, any comments or discussion?
So move.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Hodge, seconded by Councilmember Amberg. Please vote.
Aye.
Yes.
And that item passes 7-0. The last item under this section is 8C4, which is to hold the second and final public hearing to adopt an ordinance to transfer a portion of the Capital Improvement Program, project number 55-11142, to the Economic Development Property Management Cost Center. These funds will support the continued operation of the North Tempe Food City Plaza until the property is redeveloped. This is also a public hearing item. Is anyone wishing to give public testimony? Can you please get my attention now? Seeing none, I will close the public testimony portion of the public hearing. Council members, any comments or discussion? It's been moved by Councilmember Hodge, seconded by Councilmember Chin. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
And that item passes 7-0. That brings me to item number 9, current events, council announcements, and future agenda items. Once again, council members may request that an agenda item be added to a future council meeting during their allotted time, but in accordance with the open meeting law, there should be no discussion on the item other than to clarify the request. This evening, I'm going to start with Councilmember Chin.
Thank you, Mayor. One very quick one, yet important one. Next weekend, beginning Friday and extending to Saturday and Sunday, is the annual Tempe Oktoberfest. All proceeds, remember, go to benefit student and professional exchanges with Tempe's sister cities. Who doesn't support citizen diplomacy? Go eat abroad.
I like that. All right, Councilmember Hodge.
You know what? For once, I don't have any slides. Wow. Wow. Okay. I know. All right. All right.
I feel like pulling a Scooby-Doo up here.
All right. Come on now.
You really are.
Okay, but also I just want to say two things. I want to wish everybody, all of our students in Tempe are on fall breaks. I wish everybody a safe and happy fall break. Also, we have a former governing board member here, Brian Garcia. So welcome.
Good evening.
And also our famous mayor today did a wonderful speech, and he was actually congratulating our Congressman, Congressman Stanton, on having a station named after him in Phoenix, and he represented the city very well. So thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Appreciate it.
And that's it today.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Amberg.
All right, I know everybody knows that we're going to be voting soon in November, but I just want to remind everybody that very little known, but a very important race is going to be on your 4-page ballot. The Central Arizona Water Conservation District Board of Directors is going to be there. If you don't know who they is, they actually oversee the Central Arizona project, so that's about 336 miles of canal that brings the Colorado River water to Maricopa County and parts of Pinal and Tucson. So there's actually going to be 5 seats up for grabs in Maricopa County. And if you want to go to AMWA's websites, Arizona Municipal Water Users Association, there's a little voter guide on the 6 candidates. So hopefully when you get there, you're not voting for people who have the same first name as your neighbor. So hopefully you can have some time, take some time and go and take a look at the candidates.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Next up, Vice Mayor Garland. Okay, thank you. Next up, Councilmember Keating.
Nothing for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Adams.
Yes, I have several announcements. My first announcement is the Arizona Theater Company is coming again to the city of Tempe at Tempe Center for the Arts for their 57th season. So it's really exciting. They've been going on for a long time. I'm a huge supporter of the arts, and I worked out a special deal for our community. And so you can buy one and get one free ticket for every season show by going to atc.org before October 19th and using coupon code BOGO Adams at checkout. The first show is October 19th, and it's Dial M for Murder. So I think that will be really a fun play, and so please consider attending the program. Arts in the Parks. It's again time for Arts in the Parks. This fall, Arts in the Parks series will run through mid-November and feature hand-on activities for the children, live music by local bands, food trucks, and it's really a great event. I've already attended several of them, and it's really fun, and the kids have all kinds of things to do. So it's a great thing to do to take your family out. This month we have Dahmer Park on Wednesday, October 16th, Clark Park on Tuesday, October 22nd, and Indian Bend Park on Wednesday, October 23rd. All events will be held from 5:30 to 7:30. They're free, and we hope to see you there. Finally, YMCA Spooky Sprint and Fall Fest. On Saturday, October 26th, the Tempe YMCA on Rural Road will be hosting its annual Spooky Sprint fundraiser. And this year, they're even adding a Fall Fest. So registration begins at 7 a.m. The 5K race along the canal begins at 8:30 a.m. and the Fall Fest will run from 9 to 11. And all those proceeds will help send kids to camp at the YMCA. And costumes are highly encouraged for those spooky sprinters, and they'll get a free t-shirt. The Fall Fest is a free event open to the public and will include a bounce house, face painting, crafts, pumpkin painting, or trick and treat, and a trunk or treat. You can register now at valleymca.org/spooky sprint. So I look forward to seeing lots of scary costumes out there and a fun event. Thank you very much. That ends my announcements, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I don't have any announcements this evening, so I will move on to item number 10, which is public appearances. Remember, the rules for public speaking during the second public appearances obviously are the same as the first one. So is there anyone in the audience still who'd like to address the City Council? If so, please get my attention. Okay, seeing none, that brings me to item number 11, adjournment. The next scheduled regular City Council meeting is going to be on November 21st, 2024. We are adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone.